And you're live.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in, and welcome to the 8th in the series of demonstrations and conversations with Native American potters. Also, the sale of their work. We are now in the 8th one. We're doing 20 in this series, and today we have Sandra and her son Cletus Victorino from Acoma. Now, the reason we decided to do all of this is because many of the potters really depend on Indian Market that occurs here on the 3rd weekend of August. This year and next year, I'm not exactly sure which one will be their 100th anniversary. And because Indian Market has been canceled, as a result of the pandemic, that many of the artists that show their work in Indian Market really depend on their sales for a substantial part of their annual income. Some of the artists, it's their only annual income. So what we've done is we've picked some of our favorite people that we show in the gallery, and we have decided that we would talk to them and learn all about them and how they make their pots and where they get their designs and how and a little bit about their life on the Pueblo. And it's been a fabulous and wonderful experience for all of us. If this is the first time you're tuning in, we have our own what's it called on YouTube?
We have a channel.
We have a channel, that's it. We have a channel on YouTube where all of the previous demonstrations / conversations are archived. So you can view all of them there. And we've had some really fun and interesting things that have happened along the way. Also, if you like us, please don't hesitate to pass that information on to your friends, because we are thrilled to welcome as many people as possible, because this is an opportunity for everyone to have a real insight as to what goes on with our Native people, a conversation that you could never have at Indian Market when there were 100,000 other people looking at all the material that is there. Also, we are trying to help the potters earn an income over this pandemic time. They have no government funding in terms of, either Social Security, most are too young for that. They don't have any PPP loans, and they don't have any unemployment because they're all self-employed. Anyway, we are just delighted to bring you this series. We hope you will enjoy it. If you have any questions, probably the easiest way to ask questions is to type in on YouTube. We do offer
a phone callback service from our website.
Thank you. A phone call service from our website, and those conversations are really easy for us to do as well. Well, let me tell you about tomorrow and the next day very quickly before I introduce Sandra and Cletus. Tomorrow, our featured artist, Richard Zane Smith, will be coming by way of Zoom. He is from the Wyandotte tribe. The Wyandottes live in northeast Oklahoma. We have restrictions here in New Mexico about self-quarantining if you are coming from out of state. And that quarantine lasts 2 weeks. And Richard, we're all getting up there in years, and it's a real scary situation. So we're going to be doing Zoom and YouTube tomorrow, which should be really interesting. It's the only one we're doing. It's one shot, and forgive us if we have some technical problems. But this is an example of Richard's work. This fabulous little gem of a pot. And what Richard does is rolls out his coils so thin they're like spaghetti. And you can see each one of the individual coils that he leaves exposed to the outer surface of the pot. It's all finished on, it's all smooth on the inside, but not on the outside. And then he stains those coils. Here is another example of his work. Absolutely unbelievable. And then again, every line that you see represents a coil. Some of the bigger pieces have hundreds of coils in them. Some of the pieces also have handles, and the handles he makes from the roots of the river that's near his house in northeastern Oklahoma. And exquisite work. So tune in tomorrow. We start at 11 o'clock. Or we try to start at 11 o'clock. Tomorrow's going to be really different. The next day, on Saturday, we are having Clarence Cruise. And let me show you an example of his work. Sort of the antithesis of Richard's. Plain, micaceous, undecorated, beautiful shaped pottery. And what he does, he fires them in such a way that you can cook in them. You can hear the ring of the pieces. And one of the best foods I've ever eaten in my life was a pot of beans that was cooked in one of these micaceous pots. Now, Clarence is a professor of history at UNM, and so it's going to be a really interesting time on Saturday because I'm sure he can give us a real insight into what happened in New Mexico over the last the last century or more. But we'll see him on Saturday at 10 o'clock. So, without further ado, what I like to do is introduce Sandra Victorino and her son Cletus Victorino. Sandra, you want to say hello?
Hi everyone, how are you all doing? Hopefully safe and well. I'm glad to be here with Andy and the shop. So tune in and I would love to show you how I make the potteries and paint. So I'm glad to be here, and here's my son Cletus too. He'll be helping me show how we make the items too, pottery.
Cletus, you want to say hello?
Sure. Hello, everybody. I'm Cletus Victorino, Sandra's son. I'm from Acoma, New Mexico, both of us. We live in a little tribe called McCarty's in Acoma. And we both are very proud to be here today to show you guys the ways, step by step, the process that we both try to make our potteries from start to finish, a little something to let you guys understand the process, what goes through, that we have to go through as far as ourselves to create these amazing pieces that you see every other chance you get to see a pottery from Acoma Pueblo. So,
and pretty soon we will have other pieces on camera where you will be able to take a look at them.
Yes.
If you are interested in purchasing any of Sandra and Cletus's pieces, we have over 50 of them, believe it or not. Probably the easiest thing to do is to go to our website. And if you go to our website, click on Artists, and then click on the V for Victorino, and you'll see Cletus first, then Sandra. They're in alphabetical order. When you click on either one of them, all of their pots that we have here today are displayed. They start with the most expensive one at the top, and as you scroll down, they decrease in price until they are the lowest number, or the least expensive pieces that they are offering today. But we will pretty soon be showing their pieces, which will be really fun. Well, Cletus, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you the most impolite question first.
mm-hmm.
How old are you?
I am 16.
You wish, darling, you
Yes, I
wish.
do. I am 40 years old.
You're 40 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's your birth mama sitting next to you?
Yes, it
That
is.
can't be. She's like 45. How did that happen?
It's in the genes, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it's in the genes. Oh, that's really, really amazing.
Yes,
well,
thank you.
Sandra, what are you going to do for us today?
Well, today I'm gonna start maybe try to make a nice shaped pot for you to where you know where how the shape has been made and how it goes by step as it's been built in order for it to form its own self and then once it's all
To
formed,
form its own self?
yeah.
I mean, you have nothing to do with it? The pot tells you how big it wants to be?
I just zap it and it'll work.
Magic, my dear, magic. Well, great. If you want to get started, that would be just great. And Cletus, what are you going to do today?
I'll just be explaining steps, just showing her, or showing what she's doing, explaining.
Oh, okay.
For now, and then we'll go from there.
And we'll go from there.
Yeah.
And also, at some point, we're going to move this camera off of me because no one wants to look at me for all those hours. It's much more fun to look at their pieces of pottery. And what's truly amazing is the fact that you will see these lifeless lumps of clay turn into magic. And, you know, all it takes is being a chemist and a botanist, I should say, and a geologist, and a hardworking laborer, and then there's that stuff about talent. I mean, that's rolled into this pottery making as well. So, Sandra, what are you doing there?
Okay, right. Well, at first, too, I had mixed the clay a couple of weeks ago in order it to sit for like about 2 weeks and in order for it to get softened, and which is now softened.
Do you like to age it?
Yes, to age it and to prepare it to get soft and really, you know, to work with.
Yeah.
So it becomes a little more elastic over that time.
The texture for
Okay, well let's go back a little bit because, you know, rather than 2 weeks ago, how about when it was time to get this clay? Where did you get it from?
Well, we got it from, you know, back from Acoma,
On the Acoma reservation.
Yeah, on the reservation, and it takes quite a while to get.
In a secret place? Is it a secret place, or do all the potters know where it is?
Yes.
We all say the same thing, but we all have a different location, but we all know where it's at.
Oh.
Yes.
So your family gets it from one place.
It's in the mountains where we come from on the reservation, and it's a process to collect. It comes in rock form. It's real like clay rock form. It's layered rock that's been built up from over time, you know.
Did you bring any pieces of it with you today?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's show everyone what it looks like. So you have these family clay gathering places. Some people have said that the places where they gather clay have become dangerous because you're digging right straight into a hillside.
I went into the hole, into where it's like under a big boulder.
Oh, great.
And you go under there and you have to start chipping away and get in chunks and chunks, and you take like flour sacks or pillowcases, and
this is what you come
this
up
is
with.
what you come up with the chunk.
Tap it on the table so we can hear how hard it is.
It's a stone. It's basically a stone that's layered in the rock underneath, you know. You have to search for it, but it's layered in there, and you just chip it out every way you can with your tools.
So it's all sedimentary in that particular area,
you know, it's been there for ages.
and
it's just up to you to find it, basically, and this is what this comes into that. And then
well, wait a minute. Let's figure out how that comes into that.
Well, after this is processed, we take it back home and we soak it.
Now, how much clay do you gather at a time?
I would say like about 3 to 4 bags of flour sacks, you know, that we would have to.
This is like a 20-pound?
A whole day to, you know, collect. And then plus it takes a while to get there too.
Yeah, you have to walk. You can't drive.
You can't drive there?
Directly, no.
Do you ever take a horse in?
I'm pretty
No.
sure they,
Or-
back in the
oh,
day, they
Can you
had
take a
probably.
wheelbarrow?
Yes, there
Yeah,
is wheelbarrows and
Yeah.
stuff like wagons, whatever you can
So
basically
you wind up
travel.
with a bag of rocks,
Yes,
effectively,
yes.
and you take this bag of rocks home with you.
And once we
And
process,
and do you do that in the summertime, in the wintertime?
I would say like around in before in spring, around springtime,
Springtime,
around there,
uh-huh.
before summer, because it's really too hot around summertime, but before spring, around there is when we collect the rocks.
And
the
how
clay.
often do you do it during the year?
you try to accumulate as much as possible that you can get from one certain place, you know. It's never too much, too little. You figure yourself, you know, this is how much, you know, I want to make. You can always go back, but the process, it takes a while from there, but usually
Yeah.
it lasts a while. It
Well,
really lasts a
You
while.
guys, I mean, we have over 50 pots
Yeah.
of yours. How is that one trip to the clay source or more?
Well, see, I have like a big barrel at home.
Uh-huh.
Is where I pour all the clay in it, like this. It's like
Yeah.
clay, like chunks, bigger chunks. They're bigger chunks like that, and
Uh-huh.
you know, all size. And then I just put them all, layer them in there, and put all of them in there, and just save it for the whole, you know, coming years. Because in order enough to get and soak and keep grabbing as much as I can use, you know, and soak it.
Yeah, it's not all
Gotcha.
used at once.
It's not.
It's,
So, Sandra, do you go with that old son of yours to collect?
Well, I make them do the work.
yeah, we're the muscle behind.
Yeah, I barely tell them, go here, go do that.
Yeah.
We always knew there was a reason
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
God
We,
invented kids.
when we were younger, we used to make it, you know, a family theme, and you know, all
Yeah.
our family, the potters, other family members that are pottery makers, we'll all make a day out of it, and you know, go out there and hike out there, and you know,
Do you still do that?
Yeah.
we do that every now and then when we have the, you know, the equipment and stuff ready. We
Uh-huh.
all do that and go out there and you know, collect the clay that we do need.
And
It's-
so other family members, now obviously Cletus is your son. Do you have any other children?
Yes, I do. I have 2 other boys and a daughter.
Uh-huh.
And
Do any of them make pots?
no, not,
No.
no. They do a lot of painting though. Drawing, painting, like etching and everything like that.
And Cletus, do you have any kids?
Yes, I do. I have 3 boys and a daughter.
Oh, nice,
Yeah.
nice. So do you take the kids with you? And
Right now well, you know, as far as the pandemic goes, they can't leave our reservation, but we try to take them, you know, on our reservation, inside the reservation, and you know, go out, explore, you know, do stuff that nature.
so you pack a picnic lunch,
Yeah,
bring some shovels,
bring your
bring a
tools,
truck,
bring as much help as you can get.
as much as you can
Yeah.
get, and you spend the day. The
Yes,
whole
it
day
takes a day,
collecting
it's a
clay.
good day to get out there and.
So here with these 50 pieces, we've already spent an entire day, and the net visual pottery that you make is at 0
Mhm.
Yeah.
because the process continues on from there.
Yes, it
So
does.
then you take it home,
Yeah.
and what do you do with it at home?
From there, we soak it with rainwater. Rainwater is always the best to use. I don't know what it is in the rain. It makes the clay much easier to work with. It makes it texture last longer. You know, it's perfect.
softens it up.
It's perfect.
Well, you know, in New Mexico, the water that comes out of the ground is so hard.
Yes.
On a scale of 1 to 10, it's about a 35.
Yeah.
And rainwater is soft, it has acid in it,
Yeah.
and maybe it's the acid
Yeah.
in that rainwater that really works, does a number on the clay.
Yeah. The clay.
So, you soak it.
Yes.
So, what does it look like? Rocks and water?
It all falls apart.
It just
It falls
Falls
apart.
all apart once
Uh-huh.
it's soft. Once it's soaking in water, it'll just all fall apart. The clay, like this hard, it'll
Uh-huh.
fall apart, come into little pieces. And once you do that, you gotta, you know, just keep wetting it and moisturizing it and keep sorting it out. And then once we sort that out, you know, let it dry again, like for a couple of days.
Uh-huh.
And once it's dried, and once we get it all together again, and then we have to grind it down. Grind it down.
It dries again so you can grind it?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
get it from the rock form
Uh-huh.
like this. Then once it soaks, it turns into
Uh-huh.
like real fine, like mud.
Like like mud.
Yeah, so once the mud, we drain the water from the mud, we get the clay from the water, then we let the clay sit out and it dries itself.
In the sun, yeah.
Whoever knew as a 40-year-old you could play in mud again?
Yeah, exactly.
And your mom encourages
Yeah.
you, and your mom encourages
Uh-huh.
you to play in the mud.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so then you've got this slurry where the rocks break down, and so you let it dry, and then you grind it. Do you sift it before that?
Yes.
Yes, and then this is how the clay is grinded down to this powdery.
To powder.
Yes.
When do you get rid of all the stuff that's in the clay? Like
From the roots you're talking that grow with the clay, when we soak it, that all rises up.
it rise to the top.
And all the mud and clay goes to the bottom, and all the roots and
So you scoop that out.
yeah,
right
and all
away.
you do is just collect that out, take that out, drain the water, and you get your clay.
And so then you pound the heck out of it.
Yes,
And
exactly.
what do you pound it with?
We use our hands and our feet.
Oh,
Yeah, basically barefoot, put it on the ground and you just smash away, or you can just use your hands.
So,
And what the purpose of that is to get air bubbles that collect during the drying process. And when it gets moisturized again, there's air bubbles from smashing, collected.
they
And
go away.
yes, and once you get that smashing going, you can hear that pop. The clay actually sealing itself together to, a solid kind of like a clay form like this.
And so, what we're trying to do here is give details, because
Yes.
we have a lot of people who tune in and have absolutely no idea. I mean, they think that, you go to the craft store and you buy a piece of pottery that's already made and a jar of paint from Lowe's, and you slap the paint on there and somebody sticks it in the kiln and you sell it.
Yeah.
But the process is far more complicated than that.
Yes, it
And
is.
far more detailed than that. And like I said, you have to be a chemist and a botanist and a geologist just to get through this spot, because this part of the process. And oh, by the way, you're doing all this. I don't see a pot yet.
Yeah, this is the whole process before.
And it is, and from what I understand, this is the most time-consuming part of
Yes,
it.
it is.
Making the pots and painting the pots is a whole lot easier.
See here, I always show you. This is like I just got it wet and it fell apart.
And it fell apart.
And this is how it comes out
It's
once
layered.
it's layered. And
Okay,
it
so
just falls apart.
you can't use clay that falls apart
No.
to make a pot. What do you do to that clay to ensure that it doesn't fall apart? Do you add anything to it?
No, well I put the old pottery shards, they call it,
Temper.
yeah.
And where do you
Old
get these old pottery shards?
It's like we have like old ones that have been broken or pieces that have been cracked or anything, that we break those apart.
Recycle.
Things that you've made.
Recycle the whole old pieces and then reuse the.
And do you ever
shark.
go out
The shark.
into the reservation land
We,
and look for
yes,
pottery
that's
shards?
a good question. We have the kids. Back in the day, we used to do that as I was a kid and collect pottery pieces.
Wow.
And they're just everywhere on the reservation. You would be amazed where you will find them in the least place you would expect to find one.
Wow.
And we would have CAD work back in the day. And we would go out, me and my mom, I was still young, my dad would be out riding in the range and stuff.
Did you
And
ever
we would go out and
bucket?
collect pottery pieces, on the reservation.
Did you ever find any that were really, really
Yes.
different than the other ones?
There are some that are like still all together, and like you would think there was just a rock sitting there, but it's like a pottery, and it was a pottery. We found several like that, and it was like a bean pot that was sitting upside down.
Pitch pots. You
Could
find a
you,
lot of pitch
could you
pots.
glue the pieces back together again?
Oh, it'd be like a puzzle. You could find pieces, but you would never find the
You
whole
never
thing.
find a
Yeah.
I would assume that the reason that they ended up there is because they were broken somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
Because if they were holes, people would still be using
Oh my
them.
gosh, imagine that.
Yeah.
And that just gives you an example how long the clay lasts, it can last forever.
Well, they find wonderful pots buried in Egypt that, are
Yeah.
4,000 or 5,000
Yes.
years
Yes.
old. Once that clay is fired, it's kind of forever.
Yes, it
Yeah.
is.
Oh, okay. So now you're at home and you're gonna add those pottery shards. I assume that you don't throw in a big chunk.
No.
It's-
What do you do with the pottery shards?
Okay. Once the clay, I grinded the clay down to this, consistent right here.
Uh-huh.
And once this is consistent down to this is the clay from that. So then I have the pottery shard, and then I usually add like not that much. I don't use that much. I use like a scoop and
Like a
just-
handful.
Yeah.
And do you what do you grind it on? Or how do you grind it?
We have like the grinder, the regular grinder, like you grind cornmeal or some corn or something
Yeah.
like that. We use that. I use that for now.
Doesn't it wear out? Doesn't your
Yeah,
grinder
it does
wear
after
out?
time. Before that, they had a stone, which they would
A
just.
metate.
Yes, exactly.
Uh-huh. And you would
And-
do it all by
Mhm.
Yes,
And they would
all
crush
by hand.
all their pieces down to, the
So
little.
now you crank.
Mhm.
Do you have an electric one?
Oh, I wish they made some.
That's where you get all your muscles
Yeah.
and strength to do the clay.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. You have to have a strong body.
Yeah.
To be, as well as a botanist and, a chemist and a geologist, you need to have a little muscle power.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you get that ground, and you add it to the clay, like
Add
a
it to the
handful
clay.
you said,
Mhm.
and then what do you do with it?
And then after that, I let it sit for like a couple weeks or,
Uh-huh.
and then in order it to tamper together to where it will come out very soft and tender and where it's real nice
Oh,
to work with.
Flexible.
Finally, we're
Yeah.
going to get to the stage
Yeah.
where we begin making a piece of pottery.
Yeah.
And what Derek has done is he's taken the camera over to some of Sandra's and Cletus's pots,
Okay.
and that I'm sure you can see those on the screen. Aren't they just absolutely incredible? And a whole nice group, and then there's Cletus standing with his pieces, and as well as sitting here. How did you have a twin brother that has the exact same shirt on? we have a split screen of you here and
Over there.
and
Two
over
places at
there.
once.
Absolutely. But so Sandra, maybe you can tell me what that is. Is that like a magician? Or are you going to pull that cloth off?
Yeah.
There in a pot.
And this is my molded pot.
Yeah.
It's Tupperware.
It's Tupperware. And so what do you do with that Tupperware?
I use it as my bottom mold just to get the bottom of my pots
Uh-huh.
from, shape them out.
Does it make it more convenient to
Yes,
move the
more
pot
convenient.
around if you have that?
Yeah, because I usually work with my own way of doing. Every one of the Acoma potters, they have their own way of making. So this is how I kind of learned off my own. As I started, I said, well, if I can't find my own bottom molds, because the ladies I know use their own pottery molds and all that, but I said, I'll just stick with mine, way.
In some groups that make pots use baskets too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
To start their pots, and that was probably done more in the old days before they invented Tupperware.
Yes.
Yeah.
But thank God for Tupperware. That gives us, believe it or not, I can't believe I'm saying something plastic that's filling our oceans. That thank God for Tupperware, because that gives you a place to start and make
Yeah.
it easy to manipulate the clay by moving the Tupperware around, and you can pick the pot up and carry it, because I would imagine while it's in the stage that you're going to be doing now, that it's really, really fragile.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Yes.
So,
Okay. Is that
go for it, girl.
alrighty? Do I have to? Can I stand or
Yeah, you can start.
Can you what?
can I stand?
Yeah, you can stand, but you know what? Let's get Derek over here first, because all he's going to do then is cut your head off.
Yeah.
And, the headless potter.
Because I'm always standing when I do my
Well, then
pottery.
you need to do exactly what you do at home. This is, conversations at the kitchen table. And
Yes.
if that's what you do, well, now what are you doing there?
Okay, I'm molding out the bottom of the pot, clay. And then what I'm gonna start doing is getting my gore. Getting the gore, and then I'm
What's
gonna.
that little thing?
The thing she has right here is a gourd.
The gore?
A gourd?
Yes. We use those to get the shape because of the round texture on the outside and it's soft. It works good with clay, you know, it slides, it glides
Yeah,
with it.
and does it, if it's a gourd, does it wear out?
Well, let me see here. How would you?
Or do you lose it first?
This was handed down to me from.
Oh, now does someone in Acoma grow gourds? I mean,
It's
not.
funny, like how tools that we use are handed down, you know, and they still do the exact job that you want them to do. They work for you perfectly well. And
Well, one person told me a while back, this was many years ago, that polishing stones and tools for making Native American pottery were like, box seats at the San Francisco Opera.
yeah.
You don't buy them, you inherit
Yeah,
them.
you inherit them. Yeah.
You inherit them.
And you just get so happy, you know, like, wow, right on, I get to actually use something that, you know, that you used for a long time.
I've told this story before about Tina Garcia, who is no longer alive, was a really great potter at Santa Clara Pueblo, and her polishing was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And she had lots and lots of polishing stones, and her 4-year-old ate a couple.
Oh no.
Oh no! But luckily she didn't lose them. She was able to retrieve them a couple days later. But they were so precious that she went through the process of retrieving them because they had been passed down for generations.
Yeah,
So,
it's like every tool that you have has a story.
why are you slapping that pot?
To fill in the cracks on this, so it won't fall apart.
Yeah. See the cracks that she has that are coming from the clay? It's just from the stretching.
Yeah.
And what she's doing is molding it to where it collects shapes back to its original form. And at the same time, pushing on it to get, you know, extract the.
So are you pushing from the inside as well?
Yeah, holding it inside in the mold.
Yeah.
Now what is that wood thing?
It's a paddle.
Yeah.
It's all wrought from wood and the wood.
Is that from the kitchen or did you buy it somewhere?
No, it was handed down too.
Oh,
Yeah.
Now, Sandra, who'd you learn how to make pottery from?
From really my aunt Dorothy too. She's the one who really kind of showed me how to start and, you know, getting my equipment and supplies and stuff like that.
Aunt Dot.
Dorothy
Aunt
Torivio.
Dot.
Aunt Dorothy Torivio, Aunt Dot.
And just thinking about her too, as her birthday's coming up this month.
Yeah. Oh, she's one of my favorite people.
Yeah.
I really, really enjoyed her. I have a whole bunch of stories about Aunt Dot. That's for sure. One of my favorite ones was that she painted pots like you did, that are geometric and oftentimes swirly designs. She told me once that she could only paint for about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Because after staring at all the designs she was painting, they made her sick. And they made her dizzy, and she'd have to go in the bathroom and throw up. And then start making her pots, doing whatever she was doing, painting later on, because she could only do it for a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
She was a really nice lady and
Yes, she
really
was.
fun and talented.
I miss her a lot too.
So you just took that piece of clay and now you're getting a pot that you're beating the heck out of.
Yeah, she's stretching the clay to get the form going for the bottom, you know, the bottom section of the pottery. And it stretches itself every time she's slapping that clay. It gives it that form that she's looking for in it.
Yeah, so do you listen to rock and roll music so you can get the beat?
Yeah.
You're
It gets
slapping
louder when
away.
it gets heavier.
It does. I always worry about the kids too.
Just break out the bigger piece.
Oh, yeah, this is my bigger one.
Oh, yeah. That one looks like either something that you can use on a ping pong
Yeah,
table,
this is what it used to be.
or
one of
something
those,
that you might want to use on your children.
What is that with the ball?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that.
that's what this used to
Or
be.
a ping pong paddle,
Yeah.
back and forth across the table. But
Okay, so now, once you put it in the pot, the bottom of the pottery, it's making its own form on the inside of it, and she's just stretching it out.
you're just
Get the
stretching
width.
it out
Yeah.
to fill that piece of Tupperware so that you can begin building
Yeah.
the piece of pottery.
And she's also looking for the thickness from the inside of the pottery. You know, you don't want it too thin, where when it dries, it's gonna crack. You know, you have to kind of keep the consistency of the thickness all around in the inside of the pottery.
Well, it's a disaster if you have a really thick part and a thin part
Yeah.
when it comes to firing it, because the clay shrinks so
Yes.
much
Uh-huh.
that the thin part is drying
Yeah.
or firing or heating up and shrinking like mad away from the thick part.
Yes.
It's not all shrinking together.
It's, yeah, exactly. It's not even.
And that's the end of it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna start working on the next piece of clay so
So-
I can put it next to connecting.
So what you've done is you took that enormous
The
piece
ball.
of clay that you had, and then you pinched it until it was reasonable, and then you've been scraping it, and now you have it in the shape of the Tupperware bowl as the start, the
Yeah,
beginning,
that's just the
the
start.
beginning of the pot.
Now, what she's gonna do now is roll this one out, and she's gonna be making strips. And what the strips are gonna do is she's gonna try to get it to that thickness of the pottery, and from there she'll connect that, and it'll start making the formation of the top part of the pottery.
Well, at the rate you're going with that piece of clay, you could wind up making a strip that was 10 feet out of the camera range.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing how stretchy and flexible the clay gets once it's, you know. You can tell on your hands, you know, when it's the texture's right. And you can tell too, it won't crack like this. It'll just be nice and smooth.
So you make thick coils, Sandra?
Yes, I do.
And then thin them as you go?
Yes.
If you can imagine what Richard does
Oh
here,
my gosh,
in
yes.
each one of those, I mean, he'll take a piece of clay that's the size of a ping pong ball, and with one hand, roll it out, and it will become like 4 feet long, completely even, no cracks.
Just like pasta.
Just like, you know, I've always told him that I would like to bring, you know, a whole bunch of flour and a dozen eggs, and go for it. We could have a great lunch.
I remember watching a cook show, and this guy had, you know, the dough to make the pasta. And I was looking, and I'm like, how's he gonna get all that into those long strings?
Yeah.
And he did it. It just came out and it stretched, and I was like, wow, that's just like, you know, like clay.
Just like the clay.
Yeah. It's
Well,
amazing.
I know some people like to smell their clay, and they sometimes lick the clay
The
during
kids
the
like the
process
taste of it.
to make sure it's the right consistency. And
Yeah.
I know there are lots of kids who actually eat it. So, you know, with a little tomato sauce, it might be really good.
Yeah, they like to get that taste. Just I
Yeah,
don't
the
know what
taste.
it is.
I've never really tasted the raw clay, but it sure smells good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it smells like a rainy day.
Yes, exactly. The rain.
Yeah, it smells like a rainy day. Now, are you using rainwater there?
Yes. And the thing is that when that smell, it takes you back to like the old days, how Acoma used to smell on the mesa after the rainstorms. It was a beautiful smell. It's just that one unique smell that, you know, it always takes you back home.
Yeah.
And see now how it's stretching out. It's getting that thickness going.
Now, I know where you guys live. I know where you live.
Yeah, you've been out there.
But now, do you have a family home on top of the mesa?
Yes, we do. It's been handed down from my mom's side of the family, and we also have one that's from my dad, my late father, who has passed. But we have two houses up there that family homes that we both go to.
Yeah, well, I know that there are very few families who live on top of the mesa.
Yeah.
You know, and for those of you who have never been to Acoma, Acoma is kind of like Masada in many ways.
There you go.
It is a very tall, inaccessible mesa that sticks up from a very, very flat plain. And the village was sort of like a fortress. And they were the last holdout when the Spanish came. But even before that, the native peoples that lived in what became the United States and New Mexico, it was also a stronghold for the Acoma people because it's really very indefensible. And it's beautiful on top of the mesa because it feels like, you know, you're part of the sky and that you can see forever. In fact, it's called Sky City.
Yeah.
Oftentimes on Acoma pieces of pottery, especially those things that were done during the Depression and in the 40s, you'll see Sky City written on the bottom of the pieces. Not necessarily anybody's name, but Sky City, just to make sure everybody knew where it came from. Now, are you beating that baby for the same reason?
Yes. This is the bigger one.
This is a bigger one.
Yeah, what she's doing is connecting
Connecting the clay to.
get to one piece, you know, to start getting the top going. And that will stretch out more as you patch it together, you know, connecting the two layers together to, you know, make it one.
And trying to get most of the air bubble out of it too, to get the air bubbles out.
Well, air bubbles are the enemy of the people.
Oh, yes.
Because if an air bubble is left in the clay, that little bit of air heats faster than the clay body when you're firing it. And it's kind of like the way popcorn works.
Yeah.
And that if it's a little air bubble, it may just pop out and so you wind up with a pit. If it's a bigger air bubble, it can take out the whole piece. And in some cases, it can even take out the pieces that surround it as well. And since everything is done at Acoma before the firing process, then it becomes a major tragedy because all of the time that you have spent digging the clay, cleaning the clay, spanking the clay, coiling the clay, painting the clay, polishing the clay, all of that is for naught because you have something that's no longer saleable. And today, you know, in the past people made pots for their own use, and today they now make the pieces of pottery for sale so they can turn that money into the things that they need. So they can go buy a pair of shoes or go to the grocery store. In the old days, you raised your own food and maybe you wove your own shoes out of straw or grasses, or maybe you just didn't wear any shoes at all. And that, you know, you were really self-sufficient on the pueblos. But now that all of that, of course, has changed. Now, we were talking about a family house on top of the pueblo. You don't live in there full time.
No, we usually have our feasts that happen, you know, every year. And
When's feast day?
we have quite a few actually. There's one coming up next month that we were supposed to have, but it, you know, canceled due to this.
It's been canceled.
Yeah, or until, you know, next year. September 2nd was, you know, that's one of our big feast days that we have on top of the mesa where everybody's welcome, you know, to attend.
Well, you know, we'll talk a little, I think we'll talk about feast day a little bit later, but maybe Derek might want to take you, Cletus, over to the pieces of pottery so you can talk about some of the things you've made while Sandra continues on here adding coil after coil and slapping that pot around. Now, you know, some people, when they attach coils, they score the coil, they score what they've made before and add a little water to it and
Yeah, this
and use the water as glue. Is that what you do?
Yeah, that's what I do, to kind of like work it together to where it'll stay moist most of the time, to where when later on, so it won't dry too much, and then where I have to scrape it and then reform it and to form it into what I want it to look like.
So if you, I mean, when Aunt Dot was teaching you how to make pots, did she make all of these suggestions?
Yes, she did. She told me how to go about it, and she goes, well, you know, basically you've seen how other people do it, so learn and, you know, just try to remember how you were taught. And she goes, well, I'll teach you too, and like simple and easy way to go about it, you know, and you know how it'll come out real better and work with their clay.
Well, I would imagine that someone taught her, and then
My great grandma Mary Valley.
Oh, and so Mary taught Dorothy Torivio how to make pots, and I'm sure that Mary taught Dorothy all of her secrets, and Dorothy made up a few secrets of her own that she passed on to you, and you made up a few secrets of your own that you passed on to Cletus, and then it goes on like that, generation after generation.
Yeah.
But what's unusual in this case is that you've taught your son, and you know, because traditionally in the Native American cultures, from what I've seen, pottery making until very recently was women's work, and only women's work. And is that something you're seeing more and more of at Acoma Pueblo, where there are men making pottery?
Yeah, there are a lot more men now making a lot more pottery and learning how to, you know, do it the traditional way. So like just like Franklin Peters, you know, like
Franklin
he's
and Robert Patricio.
Yeah, Robert,
Well, I think one of the reasons that men stepped into the art of making pottery is, first of all, you know, the gene pool is extremely talented, and talent doesn't discriminate between male and female, that's for sure. And the men don't go hunting, you know, now you can go hunting in the meat department of your local grocery store, which makes it a whole lot easier. I mean, they do go hunting now, but it's not like their only staple, and grocery stores make it easier, and hunters and farmers, because the Pueblo people, and I should tell you this, that Pueblo is merely a Spanish word that means village. So village, Pueblo, reservation are kind of used interchangeably. And that reservation tends to be a word that's a little more expansive than Pueblo or its translation of village, because the reservation encompasses all the land that particular Pueblo owns, and there may be several villages, like Acoma has a bunch of villages on its reservation. And so a lot of the duties, a lot of the things within the culture that the men did have been replaced. They've been replaced by grocery stores in terms of farming and hunting. And because, you know, talent doesn't discriminate, many of the men that are talented make pots, and also making pottery has become a bit of a commercial industry, and it's a way now for a talented man to make a living. And so when people, or when potters do their work, it's just fascinating to watch. I mean, look at every one of those thumbprints that you've done. They're exactly even all the way around. How long have you been making pottery?
I've been making pottery now for, I would say now, 40 years. 40
years? Oh my goodness.
How old am I? I forgot.
Yeah, since Cletus That's amazing. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn things over to Derek, and he can talk to Cletus about some of his work while you continue on with making your, forming your piece here.
Okay, all right, my dear.
So I'm over here in the display right here with Cletus. And hi, everybody.
Hello.
And so Cletus, why don't you tell me about some of the pieces that you have over here?
Okay, well, it's hard to tell the difference. These are my mother's, and I'm right here. This is my section. And, I base off all my designs, I try to go something similar to what my mom creates. It's something that she taught me when I was growing up. She always told me, to look at things differently. That's what artists do. And I noticed that when I was small. I always had, an eye for something. You see something that normal people just see as a wall. And I look at the texture. I look at the design, the shape of it. Ever since then, I had ideas in my mind that I always kept when I go places or do things. And I create, pieces that, make me feel happy, that I think that other people, will get the same response, the same meaning of what I try to create from my mother's designs as well. Like for instance, I'll take this piece right here. This is one of my favorite that I like to do. As you can see, it has the traditional orange paint. I'm sorry, as you can see it. And it goes all the way to my name on the bottom and stuff. And what I like to call this one is the pumpkin seed design. The way I like to call it that is because each one of these looks like a pumpkin seed. And each one is layered in a particular fashion, just like how you would grow your garden. It's layered. There's rows and rows and rows. And I just try to keep that in my mind and go with the design, and it creates itself. Once you start going, you can tell every design. Once you start going, it makes itself. And once it's complete, you get something, that creates its own design, which that swirl design that goes all the way down to the bottom. It's very, very, very time consuming, and it's a process. The designs take a while to create. This one is another one of my favorites. It's called, the eagle feather design, I like to call it. And it has the sun design on top. I like to call the sun, the sun is what we like to use a lot too in our designs. It gives us the strength, the power every morning to wake up, to pray to it, give us the strength we need to carry on with our day. And the designs that I create, some of them I have been, my mother passed them down to me. You can see them on my potteries as well. I use them as a way of showing my respect to my mother from showing me when I was young to paint, to try it out. She always told me to try it, and I did. And then like these are my newest designs that I have created. This one is very new. And this one is, some of them I also have based off of my late grandma, Dorothy Torivio. She did the same artwork, and I was always inspired by her designs. And I try to get something similar to her design, not try to duplicate it in any way, but she always told me, if you ever would really, really, really try your hardest, you can create your own designs and incorporate what you believe is, in yourself to put on your pottery. And I always thought of that in my back of my mind when I paint potteries or, come try to think of design to put on the piece. And you can also, by the shape of the pottery, it tells its story, like from the top, like how my mother's, she has to step, those are ladders. It's all one piece. It has a story. Every pottery, it takes a while. It's a process. Let's see what.
Well, they're really quite beautiful, Cletus. Do any of the designs have meanings besides the pumpkin seed?
Actually, yeah. The ones that the eagle feather design, that's my clan. That from my tribe, I'm an eagle clan, and I always wanted to try to think of a way to interpret that on my pottery. And that's one way I thought of is the eagle feathers, how they're layered nicely. There's never, it's always sectioned patterns in it. That's what gave me that inspiration, to do that piece. And it's just, I guess that's what you were saying. This one, the checkerboard design, has always been one of my favorites. It's been passed down, from my mother to me, and I just like the texture, the way the design comes out when it's finished. It's very, very, very unique.
Well, these are really cool, Cletus, and
Thank
you
you.
make all these guys by hand, just like everybody else.
Yes.
And it's quite wonderful to see a young man like yourself doing such great things
thank you.
these days, and you have a wonderful teacher, obviously,
Oh
as
yes.
well.
Yes. When I was, she's my inspiration. She goes above and beyond to help me be, as well known as she is, because she's very famous, and I'm very, very proud that she's my mother. It's just something that very unique that it's handed down from her to me, and I'm very proud of it.
Well, that's good, Cletus. So why don't we head back over? I'm going to put Sandra back on the screen. There you go. And yeah, and then maybe we'll be able to see you do something over there, and we'll get Sandra to be able to do something over here.
Okay.
Well, Sandra, look at what's happened since Cletus left to speak about his pots. You transferred it from the big Tupperware bowl into a smaller Tupperware bowl. There you go. And you've added a few coils on the top, and now what are you doing?
Okay, now I'm gonna try to just a little bit of even it out to the bottom. Because once I get the extension out a little bit, to where it'll shape the bottom part of the pot. Once I get the bottom part of the pot out, the clay kind of, because I can feel between my hand and this, and it's like I can feel how thin or thick it is, so where I can extend the clay out.
And that takes practice?
Yeah, that's
Uh-huh.
it takes like you can tell from the inside to the outside with your hand. With my hand I can. And it shows the texture, the inside, how thick and thin it is. So you don't want to get it too thin, and then get some of the thickness out.
Now, I noticed on a lot of your pieces that you have these tiny, tiny little openings on them.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that the whole inside of the pot is finished before you close the pot up?
Yeah, on the top part.
Yeah, well, that pot
That's kind of like hard to kind of look inside
yeah.
and see if it's really close together, where you have to have lighting and
So
mixture.
it's nice and smooth on the inside as well as on the outside,
Yes.
even though it really doesn't have to be, because you have tiny openings you can see in there.
It's kind of harder with when you do the close-up ones that are with no mouth or open mouth.
Uh-huh.
But with the open mouth, you can really go back and redo it
And take a look.
Yeah, but see with the seed pot, like if it's closed with the little mouth on top, that's when you have to really work with it. Because after I do all this and then I do the scraping, there's more process on this.
Now that pot's about, I would guess, maybe 9 inches high.
No.
And, from the bottom to where you are now.
Yeah.
When that pot dries, how much is it going to shrink?
Probably like not that much. It'll just dry though, but when it's fired is when it really shrinks. The fire shrinks it really down.
So if someone says they want a 15-inch pot, you have to make a much bigger pot than that.
Yeah, you have to kind of like extend it like about maybe another couple inches more.
Uh-huh. And I would assume that after you're finished here, that pot is going to dry. And the possibility of it cracking, is it?
No. I still have to work with this. I'm not done.
Yeah.
I'm gonna still scrape it and then wet the whole thing again. To get out the lines of each.
So when you make pots, do you make you know, coil them like you're doing now, a bunch of them at a time? And then, once they're all dry, do you sand them from there?
Yeah, I usually just save them and then
And then you sand them?
I don't sand it down. I scrape it.
You scrape it?
Uh-huh. I scrape it down with a what do you call it, like with this thin scraper. Scrape the whole. And then once it's scraped down, and then I would remold it with my this is a sand or grinder thing. It smooths this one out.
It smooths it out.
Yeah.
Well, you know, everybody has all their own
Equipment.
yeah, well, and it's fun to see the equipment because the equipment has ranged from broken coffee cups for scrapers to old pizza pans to kitchen knives, and you know, everybody brings a tool that they've sort of found in a kitchen drawer somewhere, and just make it work. Or they've inherited them in the pieces like your paddles when you beat your pots. Well, it really makes it convenient if you put it in those Tupperware bowls and have that little bit of a turntable there so that you can continually make sure that your pieces are straight and even and not lopsided. Oh, look at it just rising before our eyes. And then, are there days when you just feel like painting and you just paint and paint and paint?
Well, yeah, when I have something done, you know, it takes me quite a while, like a couple of weeks, or depends how many I make, and then I will just sit there with paint, and then start the process over and have the clay ready again for, you know, the next batch.
Well, you brought a few pieces that are already painted, and it looks like you have one over here near me that you're going to paint.
Yeah, I'll be painting on one later.
That will happen a little bit later on in the program. But like, you know, like I said earlier, this is sort of Cletus's and Sandra's Indian market. And even though they're not at a table out on the plaza with 100,000 visitors, and really that's truly the number of people that come to Santa Fe that go to Indian market, but instead they're here with their pieces of pottery in hopes that all of you that are out there watching would be interested in purchasing their pieces. This is their income. This is how they feed their families and put gas in the car and make a payment on the truck and do all those kinds of things that we all do. And like I said earlier, there is no workman's comp. There is no other way for them because this is what they do for a living, and they're all self-employed and we, you know, it's one of our hopes that this will continue. We don't want them abandoning making pottery because they don't have venues in which to sell them and going out into the world and, you know, becoming bank tellers and greeters at Walmart. Instead, we want this incredible tradition to carry on, and your support with the purchasing of their pots can help make that happen. So you're making a little patch there, huh?
Yeah, so I don't want it to get too thin yet, you know.
Have you ever stuck your finger through a pot?
I what?
Have you ever stuck your finger through the clay while you were doing that?
With your nails.
Yeah, when my nails were long.
Oh, so fingernails are a real hazardous material when it comes to making pieces of pottery.
Especially like for the small pieces, it's harder with the small ones.
Yeah, well, people don't realize that the smaller they get, the harder they are.
To form.
Yeah, and there's a couple at living in Acoma, Charmaine Natsaway and her husband Thomas. Well, Thomas, who is from Laguna, which is the neighboring pueblo, he makes the most incredible miniatures. Most of them are less than an inch in size. A lot of them have lids. And believe it or not, he writes his full name on the bottom of these teeny, weeny little pieces. And those miniatures may take as long or even longer to make than a bigger pot because, one slip of the finger, and by the way, Thomas has fingers the size of Vienna sausages. And one slip of the finger and the whole thing is just crumbled, it's just gone because they're such tiny pieces. And what he does with his pieces is that he miniaturizes other people's work. He'll make little tiny Hopi pots, or he'll make little tiny little Acoma pots, or little tiny Santo Domingo pots. He'll make little tiny prehistoric pots, or ones that are incredibly contemporary, but perfect for those people that collect miniatures. His name is Thomas Natsaway. He is from Laguna, but he is married into Acoma Pueblo and lives at Acoma Pueblo. We thought about having him, but the pieces are so small, it's like the emperor's new clothes. You wouldn't be able to see them on the camera because it's so difficult to see him work with these enormous hands. And when he comes in here, he just sort of strolls in the front door, pulls a little wooden box out of his front shirt pocket, and his entire inventory is in that little tiny wooden box that's sort of the size of a pack of cigarettes. Now what are you up to?
Okay, I'm going to try to see if I can work with the top one. Because I usually let it sit for a while.
Now you save every bit of everything?
Everything, yeah.
Well, it's so hard getting the clay. I mean, you can't drive up and there's someone standing at the clay pit and you can say to them, "Can I have 50 pounds, please?" Like going to the butcher shop. It's really, really hard work to get the clay to that stage, so it really makes a lot of sense if you save every little bit. It looks like that clay is very elastic, that if you gave it a little push, the tiniest little push, that it would just move. I mean, look at that pot, it's so symmetrical, and it's so even, and and there she is, just scraping away or beating the heck out of it to make it all uniform and easy. Now, Acoma pots traditionally tend to be really lightweight. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, that's from the scraping. That's when after, like it's, I usually let it sit outside in the sun, and then it'll kind of temper to where it's good enough to where it holds its own shape. And then once that's done, and then I would connect to my table and scrape with this thing.
So
that's to take off some of the weight off the pot.
And I would assume that the reason that the pieces are so light is because many of the pieces that were made in the old days were water jars. And Acoma Pueblo is not by a river. I mean, I think it's real interesting that some of the designs on the Acoma pieces are fish. I mean, I don't think there's a fish around except maybe at the grocery store. And no place to go fishing except really, really far away. And so you're not by the river where you can go down and just scoop up the water and carry it home. Instead, the place where the Acoma people got water is rainwater would collect in pools in between the cracks in the mesa.
Yeah.
And the way they obtained the water was you would climb down the cliffs. There were handholds and footholds. And if you're climbing on the cliffs or even in the sort of carved in staircase, which is not, like a regular staircase anywhere else. It's big steps and little steps and shallow steps and you need to hang on to the side of the cliff, otherwise, you might fall 100 feet down. And so the way they transported the water up the cliff was the pot would go on your head. And of course, women got to do that little task, which is no easy task. And women also made the pottery. So balancing a water jar on top of your head that might hold about a gallon of water, that's about 8 pounds on top of your head. And you can't change the weight of water, but you can change the weight of the pot. So if the pots are thin and the pots are light, it's not as hard to climb back up the cliffs with a pot on top of your head with 8 pounds of water in it. And that tradition, even though that doesn't happen anymore, if you live down in the villages and not up on the mesa, you just turn the tap on in the kitchen. If you live up on the mesa, now you can easily bring water up there. And by the way, on top of the mesa, no water, no gas, no electricity, no bathrooms. It's a hard, hard life. And now it is really reserved for ceremonial use more than a living space. So does that part that you're smoothing, the part that goes in, is that a dangerous part of
Yeah, it's a very, that's just like to shape out the mouth, the mouthpiece.
Well, where the pot goes in, does it ever collapse?
Yeah, there's some that do, but you see, that's why you let it kind of dry out. Once I have go so far, and then I let it kind of sit in the air for the air to dry it, and then I would start working on the mouthpiece.
Okay. So
I'm gonna let this kind of sit for a while, then I'll in a bit, and then I'm gonna start doing small.
Okay. Well, do you need to go wash your hands?
No, I got this.
You've got your own little hand washing. Maybe Sandra could come over and talk about some of her pots and show us her beautiful the purple shirt that she has on, my favorite color, and even a matching purple face mask. My goodness. And I can talk to Cletus in the meantime if you want to come and sit down, Cletus. Would that be okay? And maybe Derek can get ready for Sandra over at her pieces, and you can start gabbing about what you like and all your designs and all those wonderful pieces that you've made for us. Yeah, there we go. Pretend like you made it. There we go.
It's a process.
It's a process.
Yeah.
Well, Cletus, maybe you can tell me a little bit about what's going on at Acoma Pueblo with the pandemic.
Yes,
Are people well?
Yes, we're basically just staying at home. That's our governor's, main priority is for our kids, our elders.
Are there any restrictions?
Yeah, as far as the elderly and the young kids, they're not allowed to leave our reservation.
Kids aren't allowed to
No,
leave at
they
all?
have to stay home. We really don't, want anybody going out as much as, just for your daily what you need to get done. Basically, is they're letting people go out for work, groceries and stuff like that mainly. But our kids are not allowed to leave the reservation.
Now, is there a school on the
Yes, we
reservation?
do have our schools. We
And-
have
and-
an elementary school that it's been there for a while.
And do they have Head Start there too?
Yes, we have a
Head
Head Start.
Start
We
and
have a Head
elementary?
Start. It's called the Turtle School.
The Turtle School?
Yeah, the Turtle School.
Oh,
It's
how
for
nice.
the up and coming, the little guys, and then we have an elementary school, which is the Haku Academy.
And how high do the grades go?
I believe the Haku is from kindergarten to 8th grade.
8th grade.
Yeah,
Then what happens after 8th grade?
After that, we have two high schools that are located, west and east of us. There's Laguna Acoma High School that's on the Laguna Reservation.
And how far away is that?
It's not too far. They're our neighbors, to the east of us, and they're probably maybe a good 10, 15 minutes away.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
not far
it's
at
not
all.
too far from us. And then we have Grants, which is located west of us, and which is probably maybe about 20 miles from Acoma Pueblo.
20 miles. So
Yeah.
another 20 minutes because it's all pretty much highway.
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
between
right.
both places, but
And-
those are educational where the high school is. Yeah.
What determines what high school you go to?
Really it depends. What I was, it was because of where your parents went.
Where your parents
Yeah,
went.
you gotta be a hawk. There's once
Yeah.
they have a saying, you're a hawk, once a hawk, always a hawk.
Yeah, there we go.
So
We have
that's
to root
where-
for that team.
Yeah.
Keep that in the family
Yeah.
so there's not any problem.
Yeah.
And what we'll continue on about the pandemic
Okay.
after Sandra gives us a few little words about, or lots of words
Yeah,
about
she
her
said crazy words.
pieces. Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Okay, so I'm over here with Sandra. How you doing, Miss Sandra?
Okay.
Yep. So tell me about the piece that you have right there.
All right. This piece is most and my favorite pieces of doing the shape and designs, as you can tell. These are the shapes that I started out learning as I was younger, and when I started mostly on the open mouth. And this is kind of, the design is mostly my favorite that I've been doing for quite a while, and a lot of people, friends, family, and everybody know that I do this design and this shape of pottery.
And
So-
what do the different designs mean?
Well, the different designs I have kind of combined them. Like the design, these ones are the fine line, and these are the kiva steps here. And I like to add the color, which is the traditional color of the orange. And these are like the snowflake designs that I've had, we've done a lot in the tribe. And plus the little bit of the geometric designs that are on top. It's just like a combination of different designs that I like to do because of the shape of the pottery too.
Mhm.
That's what really brings out the designs of the artwork of what I am and who I am, and create it as my design. And this is mostly like my favorite kind of shape and designs that I do.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to kind of show you another piece that I like.
Yeah,
to.
absolutely. Please, by all means, just grab whichever one you'd like and tell me about it.
Okay, here's another new shape and designs that I've, really the shape, and a new kind of way I'm trying to let people know that I'm, doing a little different style of my shape of the pottery. But this is more or less like what I've, kind of created and thought people would like different designs. And with the new addition of the ribbon design.
Mm-hmm.
And the old step-to-step design is mostly like what I've done on larger pieces and, gotten ribbons on and awards on these kind of designs that I've done.
And this has a cutout in the top.
Yeah, this is a new kind of idea that I kind of came up with. I said something different to bring out the pottery and the shape of it, and the mouthpiece, or with the designs, a combination, right, like thing.
Well, it's really quite beautiful. When you do these pieces, do you just kind of go, or do you make a plan at all before you go?
I kind of think of a plan to do it. What kind of design would go good with the shape and the design of the pot.
Mm-hmm.
So make it bring that out and bring out the shape of the pot too. It's kind of what I kind of figure before I start painting. So later on in the day, we'll do a design that I've done already before and see how I paint. I'll show you with the yaka,
Mm-hmm.
and you'll get to know how it's done.
Yeah, that will be really good.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
So how about showing me another piece that you
Oh.
really like to do, or something that's really difficult or different or challenging?
Here's this one is kind of a new idea I came up with. This one is a diamond with
Mhm.
a design. It's a fine line, half different and half checkerboard on the back. So you can either have it one way or have it the other way.
Mm-hmm.
To where you can always change it around.
Yeah, or you can even do it at a slight angle too, so that you can
even
have a
like
little
that,
bit of
yeah.
everything.
Yeah, and so it's like if you want the kiva steps on one side or just the plain seed base on the other side.
Mhm.
So it's just kind of like a favorite too that I love doing, that I started to do, and I said, let's try and see how it comes out, and sure enough it did.
And
come
does
out
the
nice.
checkerboard mean anything to you?
Yes, checkerboard is mostly like the black and white. A lot of our tribal members or the artists at the Acoma are doing a lot of this now, and all the younger generations are getting into it too, where they like it, and so keep it going.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the fine lines, do they mean something?
Yeah, well, the fine line too are like more or less the old traditional designs that we have done in the future, in the past, and everyone knows how to do. There's different kind of fine lines that people come out with. They're not all just straight down and across. There's different designs of other fine lines that we all do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, besides the straight fine lines. And then the diamonds on top. These are the hard parts of them all. So
Yeah, I
enjoy
believe
it.
that's difficult.
Yeah. So
Okay.
this is more or less what I like to do.
That's what you like to do.
Mhm.
So is it the shape that you like to do, or is it because it seemed like you like to make the jars, you said, the most?
Yes, it's mostly the jar too, where it'll bring out the design too of the shape of the pot,
Mm-hmm.
to where the design will work on it and then bring it out nicely.
Okay. You want to grab another one and tell me about
Sure.
some of the other designs? Make sure that guy's in the center.
Here's a new one too.
Oh, that's a new one, so tell me about that guy.
This new one is kind of like a really white, awful, to bring out the color of the clay and the real intricate work on it, and the squares and the orange to where it really comes out real nice in the shape.
Yeah, I personally like the pieces that have not as much design on them. I believe that the blank areas are just as effective as a very detailed design.
Yes, it is.
And so it kind of allows the eyes to relax a little bit
Yeah,
on the pieces. And so I personally tend to like the pieces that have a little less detail in the design in certain areas and then high detail in other areas.
Yes.
But that's just my personal preference.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that prefer like that too, just, a lot of white, and some prefer, a lot of the darkness of the pot too, to where it's got more work and intricate work on it.
Yeah.
And this is like more or less the shape you could tell, and the color of the clay. It's really nice.
And the shape I believe we heard earlier is something that you learned from your aunt.
Yes, the shape is mostly the seed face. There's more that are like the seed bases are kind of some taller and short, or that are really work.
And so do you just use your finger in the
No.
inside when you're making it, or do you have like a...
I have my two that will work on that one like that, and we'll
put a piece of
Well, I'm just curious because it's difficult with all those tiny little holes, and I'm sure there's tricks to it.
Yeah, there's a lot of tricks to other ways of working with the clay, to make it come out to the shape you want it to.
And how many years, Sandra, have you been making pots?
Probably like 40 years now.
And do you still do this every day, all day?
Not really every day though, but I some to keep me busy, and hopefully something will really work out something nice for the store and for me as my art keeps going, as long as I can, for
Well,
the
of
Indian
course, we
market.
want to help you as much as we
Yes,
can,
I sure
and we're
appreciate
all in this together. And we
Yes.
found what it is it seems that we are in this thing together. We're
Yes.
one planet. We're one people that seem to be suffering all together in this COVID thing, and hopefully we'll get over it. Hopefully we will
Yes,
find a
amen.
vaccine. Hopefully everything will all work out for everybody who's involved, because we are all in this together. And it seems like people are being extremely generous and kind these days, more
Yes.
so than before. So I think that's a real positive thing that has come out of what has happened so far.
Yes, it sure is, and I hope this really works out for everybody too, out there in the world too. And a lot of people, that are going through rough times, and with especially art and work and everything. So I pray for all of you too, and then everybody. We love you very much too. So hang in there, and
Yeah,
we'll get through this
we
together.
will
like
get
we
through
sure
this,
will.
and we just have to be positive, and we will be positive, and we will get through this without a problem.
Yes.
So that's all a really good thing, and
Yes.
I wish all the best to all of the potters who exist
Yes.
in Acoma and who exist out there, all of the potters,
Yes.
because we support many potters who continue to make all these guys by hand from all the different pueblos, and we're really happy to have you here today.
Thank
and
you.
It's quite an honor to be able to see you work, and especially to see your aunt's designs kind of live on in their own
Yes.
fun way,
That's-
which is really quite wonderful.
Yes.
So how about grabbing another pot and
Okay.
telling me about it? You can put it anywhere you want, Sandra. Anywhere you can find space would work just fine.
Okay, here's one of the traditional ones too that are the oval pots. My favorite part about this one too is doing it around the mouthpiece, where it's kind of like an extra piece of special item that I like to do. Like there's either kiva steps or the regular feather design that I do on this, on most of my pots that I like to do, or sometimes I would do the bottom parts of the pot too, that I have other pieces that I've sewn into, So that's kind of like a special edition. It's like it's just as long as it's all painted, and then I used to have to do some bigger ones with designs in the inside of the pot with the mouth too. That's a special one too. So I love this one too here.
Yeah, and is the design, the big bold design, is that a butterfly, or what is that?
Yeah, this is most of the butterflies, and with the fine line too, and this is all like old traditional designs that we've seen on a lot of the old potteries that have been done from the past, and keep on tradition too.
And you say you learned from your aunt?
Yes.
Is there anybody else that you would give credit to?
Yes. Well, there's a lot of the families that at home, like the grandmothers that keep encouraging me to continue and, think positive about things, working on the potteries, and have it continue to our families and our grandkids and our, sisters, brothers, and all that to keep going and, positive and keep the tradition going as generation to generation, as everyone knows.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's really wonderful to see you teaching your son,
Yes.
and maybe your son will be teaching your grandkids here shortly.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
and it will continue on, and hopefully it continues for years and years and years to come, because we think you do beautiful work, and we think, and we're really very, very pleased that, you've been able to provide us with all of these wonderful pieces. And, you make all of these pieces that are here, minus the ones that are obviously Cletus's, And how much work does this represent that's on this display?
Oh gosh, this is almost like for the past couple of years or a year, from this whole start of the year. It's really a lot of work that I've accomplished, and we'll keep going. So this is a lot of painting and a lot of clay that we've used and keep on working on as good pieces as we continue on doing them.
Yeah, and we keep buying from you even when we are closed.
Yes,
and we are here for all of our potters who continually bring us new things.
Yes.
And we're very supportive of everybody, and we're very, very, very glad that this is continuing on. And we thank everybody who is out there who continues to buy these things, which is what makes all of this possible.
Yes,
so we are very, very thankful for everybody who is out there.
Sure, thank you too.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Sandra. I am going to move it over to Andrea.
Okay.
Cletus, we were talking about the pandemic at Acoma, and you said that kids weren't allowed to leave. Are they going to be starting school soon?
Yeah, they just got started school actually this past week.
Oh, so they're going back to school because no one's allowed out and no one's allowed in?
Yeah, there's some people that are allowed in, just for the basic, stuff that, like deliveries and
Well, what happens if you need, a quart of milk? What do you do?
Well, we can leave, but it's just the kids that aren't allowed to leave. Yeah, it's just dumb, but we try to make, when you get out to get what you need and, try to not go out as much and stay home, just to be safe on the safe side. Yeah, and this is exactly what we do, just make potteries and, try to stay busy.
Well, I know that on the national news that the Navajo Reservation has been hit really, really hard. More than 500 deaths, much less the thousands of people that have tested positive. Have you had, what do your statistics look like? Sorta, you might not
sure.
know what today, but.
I think they're still below they're keeping it we're pretty low. We're not,
So not many people are testing positive?
Yeah, we're trying to, it's staying, I believe it's around the early, like the 30s. Yeah, it's not too high.
30 people. And how many people live in Acoma?
Roughly around, what's
6,000, like 7,000?
Yeah, 7,000 people. Roughly.
And you had 30 cases?
Yes, so
Hallelujah, that's fabulous.
Yeah, much props to our governor for, keeping us safe, it's...
Yes, I wish the whole country could be kept safe.
I know. It's just, it's all up to us, wear the masks and try to do our part, to help everybody else out there.
We're creeping closer and closer to 200,000 people who have died as a result of this disease.
Yeah, it's very scary.
If you look at history, after enormous tragedies like this, like the flu epidemic, good things. Good things happen. I mean, after the Spanish flu, the First World War ended. The women cut off their black crinoline and long skirts and high-bottom shoes and put on fringes and cut their hair, and we had the Roaring 20s. And women got the right to vote. Hallelujah. So, if nothing else, that might, have a little hope that we were going to be doing, that life was going to get much better. I was talking with a friend about that last night, and we were talking about what we would like to see after this pandemic is over, that would be, some like new technology or what was happening. And we thought about, maybe it would be really fun to have a whole fleet of robots that, sat in the back room, and they would do the ironing and wash the dishes and go to the grocery store
like the
and all that other, the Jetsons. There you go. Do we have a question?
We do have a question from Richard in San Antonio, and it's to Sandra. And I know you were showing off some of your wonderful work, saying that they were your favorites. Do you ever have trouble parting with any of these works?
Yes, I do have to. It's hard to, and I just say, once I'm working with the piece and painting, it's mostly I say, well, I know it's going to go to a good home and where people will appreciate it and really enjoy it, looking at it, like it's something special in your home to keep you safe and to keep you,
Yeah, there's a lot of blessings that come with it.
it's a blessing, for it to be at a special place and where people will enjoy it, and family and friends they'll go to family to family, from the person who bought it, they'll go down to the next generation, too, as
Yeah, some of
handed
them.
down.
So a little piece of you lives forever, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And we have people that tell us they're like heirlooms to them. They pass them down to their children.
Uh-huh.
And their children are like, who's this lady? And they tell them all about her, and they're amazed, like, wow, this is some unique piece. It's little pieces of pottery that can be with you forever.
So if you can't bear to sell it, do you keep it for a while until where that feeling wears off?
Yeah. Kind of, like that I think about it and I say, God, just imagine whose shelf you're going to be on. Or like if you don't go to California too much, you might get an earthquake shake. I've had a lot of friends that had, pieces of mine that went through earthquake and they were so heartbroken about losing it or something. And I said, well, there's some, special place where you could put the pieces, like in another bowl or something and keep it in there for yourself,
Well, the nice thing about it is they're still alive and you're still alive, and maybe you can make another
that's
one.
what I think about Andrea's story.
Well, if you go on our website, we have some care instructions on there, and if you live in earthquake country, we can't guarantee that you won't lose your pots, but there is a very, very good chance that you might be able to keep them. And one of the things we make sure that we tell people is please do not use any of that museum wax or quake wax on pieces of American Indian pottery. If a pot has glaze on it, say you have a Chinese porcelain, that quake wax and museum wax is a godsend. But for Native American pieces, it's a nightmare. And the reason is that they're porous. And what happens with that wax is that that putty, it chemically binds with the pots. And so if the quake wax is on there a long time, and you wish to move the pot or remove the quake wax, it may have chemically combined and the pieces of pottery will go with the quake wax when you remove it. So you could definitely destroy something. We had a man who had a Tony Day bear, and he had quake wax on the 4 feet, on the 4 legs to keep it from slipping and sliding for whatever earthquakes or the cleaning lady for whatever reason. And when he tried to remove the quake wax, one of the legs went with the quake wax and didn't stay on the bear, which was about a $10,000 or $15,000 mistake.
Wow.
So be really careful with those substances that might chemically bind to the pots. There are other things you can do to make your pots a little safer, and all of that is listed on the care instructions in our website. So what are you doing there now,
Okay, now I'm
Sandra?
going to try to extend the mouth up to where it will form the mouthpiece.
So by going over there and talking about your pot, the pot had a little chance to dry.
Yes,
So
it
it's a
got
little
little
more
bit dry.
stable in that dangerous part where it goes back into itself.
Yeah, it creates like its own little like structure to where once you start forming it, it'll stay. You know, it won't collapse back in. And that's the about the clay. It just once it sits, you know, it starts to get the dryness on the outside, but the inside it stays mainly soft. You know, and it really helps to molding. It molds.
Yeah, and do you have to continually wet it? Because I would imagine if it dries out on the outside, that it goes back to that hard chunk stage.
Yeah, it makes it much easier. You know, the wetness from the tools, it gives it that real slick feeling.
And what kind of tool are you using now?
This is a wooden tool that it's like it's almost like the gore, and it's just straight. So this is kind of more or less what I use for the around the neck part. This is like the neck part where I'm working on right now.
Now, Cletus, do you make pots also?
Yes, I've been learning, and I've been getting the hang of it, and I still got it. I'm doing my best. I got it. It's a process. It's slow, very slow.
Well, I know you're really good at painting.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing your pots from years ago that were beautifully painted. Were they ones that your mama made? Did she make the pots?
Yeah, she was the one that got me, you know, to actually get, you know, try it. You know, you never know. And I always thought, you know, it looks hard. It looks hard. I would keep telling myself, and you know, you never know. It just happened, and you know.
Does she ever make pots for you now?
Yeah, she's the one that gives me the inspiration to like to think of, you know, the shape. Yeah, because she's just like natural to her hands are just, you know.
Oh, I know, it is magic. You just watch it all.
Yeah, it's something else to you. You know, you could never get tired of watching it. And you know, it's
well, with 40 years experience.
Yeah. And she would always used to get mad at me when I was small, you know, taking her stuff, you know, her tools and playing with them outside. Where's my tools? Where's my tools? I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. And now I know the purpose of what everything's for and why it was there, you know, and I used to play outside with the wood, try to do my own thing like that, you know.
Now, are you going to be painting any pots for us today?
Yeah, I'll give you a guys.
Are you guys going to paint together?
Yeah, we'll paint together.
Yeah, well, what Sandra can work on finishing this pot.
Yeah, because it's almost done with it, and from there it needs to sit.
Yeah, and while it's sitting, and while, you know, we're sort of going in and out of lunch breaks here, because we're not going to break this conversation. We're going to continue on, but you guys will be able to take turns having a little bit of lunch, and that way we'll be able to get set up and ready to do a little painting, because, you know, one of the things that's really fascinating is to watch people paint, and the skill and the steady hand, and the fact that, you know, it's, as Rondina Huma used to say when I asked her where she got her designs, she said she copied them, and she copies them from her head. And so watching the head and the hand work together to paint all these pots is really, really amazing.
Sometimes you just have a napkin, start drawing, you know.
Make doodles.
Yeah, and, you know, and save it, and next thing you know, I can't think of a design, you go back and find, oh yeah, I remember this, and you know, go from there.
Well, the Acoma people apparently are the ancestors of the Anasazi people. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Anasazi is, I believe, a Navajo word that means the ancient ones. And, well, you know, there's been other climate changes on this planet over the years, and the climate maybe the year 1200 was really bad, and lots and lots of things changed among the indigenous people that lived in what is now the United States, and they moved around. And the Anasazi moved, surprisingly, north.
Yes.
North to where they are situated now. And there's sort of a little argument between the Hopis and the Acoma people about who has the longest continuous occupied village. But, you know, since there weren't any people around who were taking notes, so to speak, that arguably either one could win that battle, but at this point, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, because we both live on the top of
Yeah,
Mesa.
because, 800 years, could easily go to 900 years. And even though 100 years is an awfully long time, that really doesn't, matter quite that much.
Oh, yeah.
But when they moved during the drought that happened around 1200, they took their pottery skills with them, and they took some of their design elements with them. And that's where that fish came from.
Oh,
yeah. The fish came from those ancient ones who lived near flowing water where there actually were fish.
Yes.
And the people migrated, the design migrated, but the fish stayed at home.
Yeah, they all have their own, I guess, what you say, the way they interpret the fish, Yeah, their design.
And you guys don't do any of that pictorial, the fish and the dragonflies and the lizards that you often see.
My mom used to do the Coco Pelli when she first started. Yeah, that was one of her famous designs that she used.
Well, now Cocopelli is an interesting word that lots of people don't know what that is. The Cocopelli is the humpback flute player. He is the bringer of life, and you often see him depicted with his body in the curve and musical notes above him because it has to do with the fact that he's actually playing that flute, and exactly how he's interpreted in some of the various cultures are just a little different. And so, but basically he is the bringer of life. And is that an old Mimbres design, the Cocopelli, or is that something a little bit that's a little newer? Do you know?
I don't really know about that one.
Yeah, I don't really know about that one either, but I'm sure that we can find out.
Yeah.
We'll find out somewhere.
I just know he's a flute dancer or a flute singer. Isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the old Mimbres designs are done by several other potters, and a lot by the Lewis girls.
Oh, yeah.
Marilyn, Carolyn, Rebecca, who we had here 2 days ago, and Judy and Diane, they're all sisters. Now they're all potters, and they're all great potters in their own right, but we decided we couldn't have them together. And the reason is they're such a rowdy bunch. And they are the Giggle Sisters. And they giggle and giggle until the whole room is filled with giggles. And so we've had Rebecca and her daughter Amanda already. Carolyn is coming up soon. Carolyn does seed pots with almost exclusively Mimbres designs. Diane does a combination of geometric and Mimbres designs, and her other sister, Judy, they'll be together. Judy makes storytellers. And then, I believe it's the last day in August that we're doing this, we have Marilyn Ray, who makes storytellers also, and not only are they storytellers, but every single one of them carries a pot. So she's a pot maker as well as a storyteller maker, because the storyteller holds the pot in every case with her pieces. And so you get to see all the Lewis girls, bit separate.
That's a change. That's the first time I heard that one.
Yeah, well, they're really, the thing is that their sense of family is so wonderful. And here you go with 5 sisters, and they are the best of friends. And how often does that happen? And it's really quite wonderful. But we decided that they were so skilled and talented, and giggle-free, then that we would be able to have them separate. Anyway, so you're putting a neck on that one?
Yeah, she's almost done with the neck part. She's trimming, the sides, the length of it. And she's going to straighten it out with that when she gets it done.
So, Sandra, what do you have?
Now, I
Little
have a
stick?
little, it's almost like a popsicle stick.
A popsicle stick. Is it grape? That's my
Yes.
favorite, or the
So-
grape ones.
Yeah, this sounds like a real good one. It works real good for the inside part. I even have a smaller one. I have like different sizes of sticks that I use.
Uh-huh.
There's this kind, and I have one that I kind of like to my grandkids. They like how they buy those little popsicle sticks or candy and stuff. I would save if they're out of wood. Then I would save them and just in case and then use them.
How many grandkids do you have?
I have 7.
7?
7 grandkids.
And how old are they?
My oldest granddaughter is 20.
20?
She just turned 20 and
20? You have a grandchild that's 20 years old.
Cletus is the one that is breeding my grandkids.
Oh,
Yeah.
so the grandkids are,
Yeah.
the kids are all Cletus's kids, or most of them.
They're all Cletus's.
And are there any potters?
I have, let's see. Then my daughter has 1 daughter, and my other youngest one has 1 daughter. So I have 4 girls. 4 girls. And 3 boys.
4 girls and 3 boys. Any potters among them? Anybody learning?
I think the youngest one, he likes to play with the clay, so I'm hoping he's gonna do it one of these days.
Yeah.
When he comes to visit me, he goes, "Can I start doing pottery, Grandma?" Yes, you can.
Oh yeah, yeah. Make sure you do that.
Yeah.
Keep that tradition alive. That's for sure.
3 girls. 3 granddaughters and 4 grandsons.
And so you're putting more water on it.
Yeah, just to soften out the outside part of it.
Uh-huh. To smooth it a little.
And then, because I'm going to have to do scrape it.
Are you afraid that that top will move off center? If you, when you're cutting it?
No.
No?
Mm-mm.
Have you ever made any really crooked ones?
Mm-mm.
None of it was
a bad day, I did.
And when you're making pots, I mean, do you listen to music or do you,
Yeah, I just sometimes listen to my phone radio. Or I have the TV off and just silence and just, keep my mind on something positive to working. Okay, once I get this one, like to this part, and then one thing I do is like how to make the kiva steps. I usually would what do you call it? Like mark it, and then once it dries, then I would go down and make the steps like this on the sides, and then I would cut it out with the sharper. But I need this to kind of dry out for now.
well,
So
maybe,
you'll be,
when you're finished there,
Mhm,
you can begin to set up
Yeah.
all of the stuff for,
Yeah.
and we
Well,
can
thank you.
watch you dig in your box of magic tricks.
Yes.
And put out all the things that you guys will need to paint. And after everybody is grabbed a little bite to eat, then you can start painting the pieces. So time consuming. It's just so time consuming. And you're so prolific. How many hours a day do you work on making pottery?
I usually kind of like start in the morning.
Early?
Not
Late?
that early.
Not that early.
And then I would take a break and let it kind of dry a little bit, temper it, to where I work with it. And then take my time and making sure the bottom part is done right.
But people sometimes don't realize that this is a job, not a hobby.
Yeah, because I usually would start on one and then start on another one instead of just one piece a day.
So you could go back and forth between them.
Going back and forth and letting the other one kind of dry a little bit and get it to where I can work with it again. And then I would start on another piece, just to use my time on getting started on another one. And then either I would start on the smaller pieces.
Well, with about 50 pieces that we have of yours and Cletus's for sale, how much time does that represent?
Oh, shoot.
How long did it take you to make all those pieces?
Oh, it took quite, it's not kind of like days, I would say.
Days?
Yes, well, since
years.
March or around January is when I started making some of those. Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking at about 7 months.
Yeah.
To do the pieces.
The pieces that I had done. Yeah, because I already had started like in December mixing the clay and everything, and getting the clay and how many I could bring out, and that's when before all the pandemic started. So I had brought those out.
And usually those are the pieces that you take to Indian market.
Yes, and that's what I was, had gotten my clay already for that, ready, to do for Indian market. And
Was it really disappointing to hear
yes,
that?
Yes, it was.
And does a great part of your income depend upon what you sell at Indian market?
Yes, it was. It was a disappointment too, because there was a lot of people from last year that wanted to see me this year, and it was sad. I had to, it was sad to say that they had, canceled it. So, and a lot of my friends that I know from out states, that wanted to come and see me. So.
Well, hopefully they're tuning in today,
yes,
where they can see you in the flesh. And it's not quite the same. I mean, you can't hug any of them, but it's fairly close. And also, all of these demonstrations, conversations, and sales will go.
Yes.
Will be on YouTube
Hopefully.
forever and ever, so they can see you every day of the year if they want to. Do we have a question?
We do, from Pat. Pat says, we purchased pots from each of you in 2019, and I love that they're a mother-son pair. Thank you. Do you ever keep some of your own pieces? Also, do you own pieces by other potters?
Yeah. Like, do I own other pieces?
Yeah, do you have other pieces by other potters?
I have maybe 4 of them from other potters, from a couple of them from Entidad.
From Dorothy Torivio, right?
And I have one from San Domingo. And not really, but we got pottery at home that we've had from the what do you call the feast that we've had, collected We got like 20 pieces at home.
So, in other words, those pieces of pottery are used ceremonially,
Ceremonial pots
and do they get used over and over again, or is
No,
it a
there's
one
just
deal, one shot deal?
one shot deal, and
Yeah.
it's lasts. You keep them forever.
And you keep them forever because of religious reasons, like you might have a Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Do you keep them
It's like
for sentimental reasons?
Yes, it's for like sentimentalism, like because this was like maybe what my sons or my family have given me for what we have prayed for, and we've gotten pottery, like for our traditional religion. It's for mostly our religion and our traditional what we've gone through and hardship and everything that will make us more stronger and healthier, to keep on holding the pottery at home.
Yeah.
So that's why they always, the governor and them tell us not to never let them go, keep them at home for safe and, hand it down to family. That's why we keep all our potteries.
Well, if you do that for as long as the Acoma Pueblo has been going on, you must have an awful lot of pottery
Yes.
that gets passed down. Now, do you have any of your own work at home?
Yes, I do. I have quite a bit at home of my own that I'm, in fact, done, and just.
So you can't bear this up.
Yeah, I can't let go of them, and it's just like to remind me of the designs and the shapes that I done, and a lot of my kids, they all have my pottery. They have tons of.
Well, that's really, really unusual because
because
most people trade their pieces for cash and don't really collect or accumulate their own pieces.
Yes.
But that's really nice that you do that because that's a very unusual practice. We had an experience the other day with Rebecca Lucario, and she was here painting her pots, and she's painting away, and Derek went in the back room and came out with a piece of pottery, and she looked at it and she said, "Oh, that's my grandma's favorite design." And she was raised by her grandma. She learned how to make pots from her grandma. And she said, "Oh, it's Grandma's favorite design." And Derek handed her the pot, and she looked underneath, and it was her grandmother's pot. And she caressed that pot like it was her grandmother herself who was there. And Grandma had passed away many, many years before, and she was just so thrilled and so moved to see Grandma's pot. And a few minutes later, one of our customers called us and said, effectively, "I don't care what it costs, just I would like to purchase it, and I would like to give it to Rebecca as a gift, as an anonymous gift."
Oh, wow.
And I mean, the tears flowed. Everybody who watched it on the screen cried. We all cried here because it was so lovely and so generous and so surprising. And we were all sort of celebrating the fact that there are such wonderful people in the world, and someone who was perceptive enough to realize that piece meant so much to her, to Rebecca. But it's not common at all for Native American people to collect their own work or even very much of other people's work.
Yeah, that's so true. So nice that she had gotten that.
Yeah. So what are you doing there? Making snowballs?
Yeah, I'm making snowballs right now because I'm gonna make the little ones later. And I use the extra clay that I have.
So later when you're not here?
Yeah,
at home.
I can show you too that I'll make a little one for you.
Yeah.
And now that we can do the
look at that. Those hands are just dancing, and then a pot's going to come out of it. You have beautiful hands.
Thank you.
Now,
How do you
Tom,
care for them?
Yeah, what do you do? That clay must just dry the heck out of your hands. What do you do?
I just empty that. I used to always say, make sure you put the Vaseline on at night or the Vicks.
Yeah, so you put Vaseline on every night?
Yeah, well, wash your hands I'm just like used to washing hands every day. Like especially when we work on our parties,
Uh-huh.
we use water all the time.
So it's extremely, extremely drying.
Yeah, that's why you need to have it like soaked for like a month or two. That's what we usually do, like for traditional, for our feast days, like we know when ahead of time, and let it sit for quite a while, like a couple months, and then work with it again.
So when feast day rolls around, you
yeah.
have a lot of cooking to do.
Cooking and making the pottery.
And making pots. Cooking and making pots.
Mhm.
And so, what do you cook?
Like, well, our tradition is always pozole, you know, the pozole.
In pozole is...
We have to make oven bread too, the oven
Yeah.
bread. We have to have that.
So pozole is dried corn
Yes.
that is cooked effectively in a broth that's made with water and pork,
Mm-hmm.
and then the dried corn is put in. How long does it take for that dried corn and the pork to cook to make that wonderful flavor?
Well, what we do usually too is already have it stored away.
Uh-huh.
And, once it comes to, we have to do this every year. That's where the planting, where the men, plant the corn.
Uh-huh.
And then once they have grown the corn, then we have to go and heist it or, take off the corn from the cob and then we store
so
it
it's
away.
It's
Yeah.
dried on the cob.
Yeah, then we store them away in containers and,
So the kernels are really big.
Mm-hmm.
And is the corn mature? I mean, so it's not like the yellow corn you buy in the grocery
There's like
store that's little and sweet.
Yeah, there are some that are different, we have some like the yellow corn and the red corn. There's a lot of the blue corn too that we save for.
And white corn.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds
The white corn.
It sounds very patriotic. Red, white, and blue corn.
That's what I said.
And so that corn is dried on the cob.
Yeah.
And then at some point you have to get it off the cob. And then you store it until it's time to use it.
Yeah.
And now you cook the pork in water. Do you flavor it with anything else? Like onions or herbs or things you might pick in the water? Garlic. Oh, there you go. No wonder it tastes so good.
Yeah, with the garlic. And we just usually mostly take the same kind of food that we all, like to enjoy and have our traditional, feast days.
And when you make pozole, how much do you make in a batch?
Like the pozole, you mean?
Yeah, I
We
mean,
make quite a bit. We make quite a bit for
like 5 gallons?
More or less, yeah.
More or less.
Depends how much it's going to show up. The kids.
Yeah, because you have family to feed and strangers that you feed
Yeah.
at feast day. So other than pozole, what else do you make?
Then we have we usually make plans like who's going to cook what.
Uh-huh.
And like bacon, I usually bake, or if not, then my sister or my other sister, she would say I'll cook, a roast or, or the chili stew.
Chili stew. So chili stew is not Tex-Mex chili around here that has beans and all kinds of other unimportant things in it.
Yeah.
It's really chili. Chili and meat and water and flavoring. Look at that part that you just managed to make in 30 seconds while talking about lunch. We have a little musical accompaniment now, don't we?
That's my phone.
That's your fun. So, when you make green chili stew, and you know, stews, food that has liquid, a lot of liquid in it, is really very much a traditional part of the diet. So what do you put in your green chili stew?
We usually like the cilantro.
Cilantro?
Mhm.
Uh-huh. And you use pork, beef?
Yeah, usually pork or beef, both.
Uh-huh.
Either we could make the red pork or the red beef.
Uh-huh.
We choose either, well, what kind are you gonna make, or what do you
So
want?
it's red chili plus pork, and what that means is the pepper has allowed to mature on the vine and it turns bright red,
Yeah.
and then they are harvested, and then you see those things called ristras,
Yeah.
which are the long chains of chili peppers that hang from people's houses outside so they can dry in the sun.
Yeah.
And once those chili peppers are all dried up, they're ground up into powder. They put they save the ground up powder, and then they use that red chili, lots of it too, to flavor the stew. So basically, red chili stew is powdered red chili, water, and either beef or
Yeah.
pork.
Either beef
Now,
or pork.
with green chili, you don't dry the green chili, you use that fresh or
Yeah.
frozen.
Frozen, yeah.
So when the green chili is on the vine before it matures and turns red, it's picked and then it's roasted, because the skin, while it's thin, is really tough.
Mm-hmm.
It's like eating paper.
Yeah.
And so that tough skin is peeled off. And
Yeah.
some people keep the seeds in the chili, and some people don't. And the seeds can contribute to the heat of the chili pepper. And depending on whether that green chili or red chili, what kind of soil it's grown in, and how much rain we've had, and whether it's picked early in the season or late in the season, can depend on how hot it can be.
Yeah.
And the same plant can produce in different conditions, different kinds of soils, and then again with how much water it receives.
Mm-hmm.
Chili that's really mild, or chili that if you cut it up, you could smear it on your refrigerator and the paint would come off. It's so hot. Not only do you wheeze and cry, but your nose drips.
Yeah.
That's when you know it's really, really hot, when your nose
Yeah,
drips.
that's the hot stuff.
And so green chili stew is basically water, beef, pork, or chicken,
Mm-hmm.
the frozen green chili pieces,
Mm-hmm.
and cilantro. You put garlic into?
Mm-hmm.
Garlic, salt and pepper, anything else?
No, that's about it.
Uh-huh.
Just something simple,
And, you know, New Mexico, I think, is the only state that has a state vegetable.
Oh,
And
yeah?
everybody has a state bird, and they have a state flag, but New Mexico has a state vegetable, and it's the green chili. And I think if we could get away with it, we would be putting it on our breakfast cereal.
No kidding, huh?
every morning. But, you know, things like enchiladas and burritos, we do eat for breakfast with red or green chili on them.
Yeah, so we, like me and my sisters, we all make sure we make a menu before what we're gonna take and what needs to be taken up, like supplies and stuff like that too. We all have to work together and take items, things that we need to, survive up there.
To survive.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
so the
Yeah,
men.
because you serve up on top of the mesa.
Mm-hmm.
No running water.
No one,
No
yeah,
bathrooms, no electricity, no gas.
so they make sure, they tell us, make sure you haul all that stuff you need before the feast day, because they don't let you take items up during the feast day.
Yeah.
So we always have to
You have
make
to
sure.
plan ahead, huh?
Yes, plan ahead.
Well, you know, feast days, in the culture that I belong to.
Mhm.
A feast is usually more like a party,
Mhm.
but in the Native American culture, a feast is not a party at all. It is a religious
Mhm.
day. It's kind of like Passover or Christmas,
Yeah.
where it has its religious aspects. It has family gatherings, and not only does your local family participate, but you might have a relative that
yes.
lives in California or Colorado, and that's the appropriate time to come visiting.
Yeah.
Is during feast day, and the
Mhm.
religious aspect in the pueblos are the dances,
Mhm.
and it's also a time to eat as well, just like humans do. They gather around the dinner table,
Yeah.
and it's really a wonderful experience. But the thing that's different about, and I've tried to explain this about Feast Day over and over
Yes.
again when we've been doing these demonstrations and conversations,
Mhm.
is the fact that Feast Day that's different with the Native American
Yeah.
people is they invite strangers.
Mhm.
Strangers who have come to the dances, someone that, they may know casually because they may have bought one of their pieces of pottery 5 years before, and their family members, and they invite strangers to come in. I
Yeah.
can imagine, someone in my culture having a Christmas dinner and, needing an extra loaf of bread, and they go down to the local strip mall where there's a little grocery store, and there's someone in the grocery store that they don't know at all. They say,
Yeah.
come and eat with us.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen. I mean, it might have a long time ago, but it certainly doesn't happen anymore. And so that idea of sharing is something that is very much a part of the feast days at the Pueblo.
Mhm.
And you have a bunch of them during the year,
Yeah, we've had a bunch like that, and
but the biggest feast day is the second.
the
of
second, yeah, mostly, and
September.
then we're supposed to have the one in July, and that's a 4-day one, so it was canceled.
It was canceled. But the one in July, that's not open to the public, is
No,
it?
that's not
Yeah.
open to the public. That's the more kind of harder one to go through
Yeah.
for all the families, and it's a lot of
Families
praying.
and all of the religious activities
The
that
praying,
go.
yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then
And
plus,
what about Governor's Feast? Are they open to the public?
that's on around February or January.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Are they open to the public?
Yes, that one is open too.
But by invitation only?
Yeah, by governor.
By the governor. There you
Yeah,
go.
he's always feeding, so
Yeah.
you could.
Well, it's what's so amazing is the generosity of the Native American people, not only to each other, but to strangers, which is so refreshing, and something that, we need to do a little more of in this country, but you don't need to.
So we just got an email, and the email is from Marian Ian, and it says, "Hello, Sandra. We purchased a pot from you 2 years ago when we were visiting Santa Fe. We were buying a different pot when we came into the gallery, and your pot, we fell in love with your work. We really enjoyed meeting you and talking with you on that day. It livens our day every time we look at it, and we think of you and our memory of meeting you. Thanks so much for creating these beautiful pots. We just purchased a second one this morning and looking forward to adding it to our lives."
Thank you.
Oh, how lovely.
Precious. Thank you very much, my dear.
And what's her name?
Mary and Ian.
No,
Mary.
thank you, Mary. Love you.
Oh, Mary, thank you so much for saying those kind words.
Thank you very much, Mary. I appreciate it. And hope to see you next year again.
Yep, and we have another message that came from Franklin Peters. It says, "Greetings from Acoma, New Mexico. Hello, neighbors. It's me, Franklin, watching you live. Good job, and I love your beautiful Pottery. Well, Cletus, you're doing a killer job, brother. Keep it up. It's getting cloudy again here at home. Have a great demo. Stay safe and safe travels.
That I do. Thank you, brother.
Well, Franklin is a potter from Acoma, Pueblo. And do we have a piece of Franklin's around here that we could show people what really nice work he does and how different Franklin's pieces are from Sandra?
You're going to need a phone.
Oh, I guess I need a camera, huh? Oh, details. But we have a really, really nice piece of Franklin's right here. Here we go. Here's one of Franklin's pieces. Really, really, really gorgeous and well done. And a completely different style. But of course, using the native clay that comes from Acoma, Pueblo, making them by the coil method in the same tradition, using all the native paints, slips, and coloration like Franklin does. And this would be called a water jar shape. And Frank, we had talked to Franklin about coming and demonstrating here during this series, but when we asked him, Acoma, Pueblo, the door was slammed shut, and he was really afraid that he would not be able to get out of the Pueblo to come and see us. But later on, we've had such success. Thousands of people have watched all these demonstrations, and we are going to continue to do some of them later on in the year with other people, because we really believe it's a wealth of knowledge instead of just something short and sweet and people say, well, here's a coil pod and here is and here's how we painted and this is what it looks like in the end and over and out. We decided that we wanted to make these demonstrations much, much longer so that you could get a sense of the person who's doing it, the sense of the process, the sense of the community they come from, and how things work at Acoma, Pueblo. So, Franklin, thank you very much for sending us a message, and thank you for all the beautiful work you do. One thing that is really interesting about Franklin's pots is if you notice the line on the rim is broken. That little mark is intentional. And Sandra, do you put that same break on the top of your pieces?
No, I don't.
No, you don't.
I'm not solid.
Yeah, you do a solid band. Well, what I've heard from several people that this could be called a spirit line, and it's the doorway of the spirit that exists inside this pot, and it has a way to escape. So it can go back and be used over and over again to make other pots. But this little mark that you see, that little break in the line, is that doorway for the spirit to be released. Anyway, thanks, Franklin. Good job.
Thank you, Franklin.
Yeah, good to hear from you, too. Now, are you making pots while you're watching all of this? I certainly hope so. Anyway, so you have two small ones and one tall one. Is it now sort of time to get out all the things for, or are you going to make your kid do that?
I need to set up for the painting.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Do you want to have Cletus set up for the painting, or would you prefer to do that?
I would prefer to do it.
Okay, all right.
He has his own painting place, and I have my own.
Well, Cletus, would this be a good time for you to talk about your pots? Good. Well, look at that. One big and two small masterpieces on their way.
Where can I set up to paint?
Right here. How about if you move everything off that that you've been using, and there's a bench over there and another desk behind you where you can put those pieces while you set up. Yeah, and so you're taking away the bags of the
clay, yeah,
the
this is
clay
the
that you
clay.
found at Acoma, and then how it's softened by the water, and then how you grind it into powder, and grind up the old pottery shards into powder, mix them together, and then you form the pots, the pieces that you just made. Well, Sandra is doing all that. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's coming up. First of all, if you're interested in purchasing any of Sandra's or Cletus's work, you will see them up on the display, but you will also be able to view them on our website. If you go to the website, then click on Artists, then click on V for Victorino. Cletus appears first, and then Sandra right behind, because they are in alphabetical order. And if you open their pots, you'll see photographs of them.
Yeah.
You'll also see the pieces with descriptions, sizes, prices. The top one is the most expensive one, and as you scroll down, they go in order, in descending order of price, all the way to the bottom where the least expensive ones are. And below them, you'll see all the ones that in the price they say sold, and that's exactly what that means, that they have been sold. But you can see other examples of their work as well as, with the sold pieces. We are doing these demonstrations to sort of act as a substitute for Indian market, because so many of the potters, so many of the artists in Indian market really depend on their living, and now their living is not going to happen. Some of them, that is their only income for the entire year. And the pieces that we see that are on display that Cletus and Sandra have represent about 7 months of their life preparing for the Indian market that never happened. And while the gallery we're still not open. We're not open to the public. We haven't been since the middle of March. On Mondays, we do not do this demonstration. Sundays, we're closed. But on Mondays, we welcome people by appointment, if they adhere to all of the distancing and masking that is taking place. And we would love to have you come. We're in a little bit of a disarray because of all the filming and all the setup that we're doing, but we're here to show you around. Also, we have 2 gallery dogs that we absolutely adore. You'll see them wander in and out of the picture, and they'll be here to greet you on those Mondays for appointments also. And of course, we're always available by phone and online and by email, and consequently, the business is still alive. We're still paying our employees and have been since the middle of March. And now, they have a reason to come in now and again to help us out with these demonstrations. And we're still taking consignments, and most of all, we are still buying from potters as they make it so that they have more of an even cash flow. We're going to have the biggest inventory in the universe when this pandemic is over. But hey, that's what we do. So tomorrow we're doing our featured artist, Richard Zane Smith. Richard is Wyandotte. Wyandottes live in the northeast corner of Oklahoma. Unfortunately, because of health reasons and regulations here in New Mexico, Richard is not going to be coming here. Well, Richard's in Oklahoma, and we have all of his pieces here because his lovely wife, Carol, drove them all to New Mexico. So we're going to be doing a combination of Zoom and YouTube, and hopefully it is not a combination of disaster, but it's the only time we're going to do this, and you know, this is an experiment. And I apologize ahead of time if we are having any difficulties tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow. If that needs to happen, you know, that needs to happen. I'm sorry that, but let's hope there aren't any. And here are some really wonderful pieces. We will have all of Richard's wonderful pieces available tomorrow. Some of the most incredibly technically done pots that anyone could imagine. Well, there's our vicious guard dog. We must be being visited at the front door by some nasty little chihuahua. And Honey has to tell that little chihuahua that this is her gallery and that she's the boss. So I'm sorry for the interruption, and you may hear that more as time goes on. And then on Saturday, we're going to have Clarence Cruz. Clarence Cruz makes really, really interesting pots because they are undecorated, they're micaceous, and they're fired in a way that you can cook with them. And we're looking forward to seeing him. He's a professor of history at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque, and I'm sure that he is just filled with stories of information that, you know, it's sort of like taking New Mexico History 101A. No degrees, but hopefully lots and lots of fun. Now, what we're going to have next happening is that Cletus is going to go over and talk a little bit about his pots over at the display. And Sandra, how about a bite to eat while he's doing that? And then you can come back, now that you're all set up to paint, after you're done eating a little bit, you can come back and we'll talk about the paints and all the materials and where you get it, and everyone will be able to view the incredibly fine work that she and Cletus did. So, Derek, are you ready to? Not quite, not ready to take it away? Did this lunch sound good to you, Miss Sandra? No, they don't do lunch. Oh, well, there's some lunch over there for you.
I'll take a breather though.
Yeah, take a breather. You've been, you know, sitting down and
Okay, so
talking.
off for this one for now?
Yeah, and you know, you're still on.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see what's on. Okay, you ready, Derek? Okay, take it away, Derek. And I'm just going to grab a bite and maybe stroll around a little.
Okay, so I'm over here with Cletus and in the display, and Cletus has one of his pieces here. And what can you tell me about Cletus?
Well, from now, what we got here is one of my new designs that I had just created not too long ago, within probably couple months that have passed. And this is design that I was trying to configure out of one of my other designs, and I happened to make a wrong line in the wrong place, and it turned out to be the right line in the right place, and I came up with this design. And I use my geometric designs that I create through my mind, and what gives it the unique, I guess, design is the black and white. What makes your eyes kind of, you know, what would you call, like, adjust to the design. And once you like get that turn going on it, and it gives itself that unique look to it. And well, up here are my steps and my arrows that I use, and these are for the directions.
Mm-hmm.
And that, you know, that the pottery that I use. And from down, then these are my new design, and then you can tell by the way I have my flower underneath, like how Frank has his unique little door for his potteries that, I have mine, and it's just the flower. And I like to use the flower, and it represents a lot of, there's shapes that come from the flower that are intricate in my artwork, like this one right here, and also these ones right here are my flower designs that, the petals of the flower I use. And this one is also new that I have created within the year, and it's something that I'm very proud of that was actually like the other design that I had created, but I added the square on the inside. I don't know if you can see the square, but there's a square in there, and I added the lines that make it the cross, besides the little the loops that I got going here, and it gives it that three-way dimensional, the design.
Well, that's really cool. Have you always been interested in geometric things from a young age? Because, I mean, for instance, for me, I remember with the pins, where you would put a bunch of pins in as a pattern, and then you'd take different colored thread and you'd wrap it around, and I always loved doing those sort of things. But, were geometric designs, something that you were attracted to at a young age, or how did you come about knowing about them?
Well, when I was younger, I used to draw a lot, I was just, always had that artistic, ability to draw. And what gave me the designs that I create were just, my imagination, basically just drawing on a paper, trying to think of ways, what if I put this way, what if I put this that way, and then just color it in with the pencil and see what it will look like on a pottery is something unique that I just couldn't believe that actually, just from a sketch on a piece of paper, and you come up with a design that, is priceless, and it's just something that you always remember and keep in your mind, and you could use your designs to incorporate, like a story you want to tell, or, a moment in life where you can't forget and you want to put it on a pottery. There's things that in your mind that when you painting, it makes you think a lot too. Because you got, you're sitting there, you're painting, and you got to think of, got to keep your mind busy and think of other ways, what about if I did this, or what about if I did that? And it's amazing at the end when you get the finished product, what you come up with is unique. There's never no same pottery, there's always something different about the piece.
And so obviously these guys are all handmade, and so do you have any difficulty putting such a geometric design on something that might be somewhat uneven or somewhat not round, or how do you make it work?
You run into those all the time, the shape of the pottery and then the design on it. It looks one way on a flat piece of paper when you're sketching, drawing, but when you put it on the pottery has dimension, it has shape. So what that does also, it helps you with your design. The texture, the way the curve of the pottery, like how my mother's uses, the straight lines to give it that real straight effect to it. But actually, it's circle, and it just messes with your eyes. The design itself, it pulls you, it gets your attention, and it makes you want to, really stare at it and enjoy the whole design as itself.
Well, wonderful, and I really like how this design here has a zigzag in it. It kind of feels like this is a four-petaled something.
Yes, exactly.
Right? But in reality, these are just one fun zigzags. If you look at it in a different way, and I find myself noticing those zigzags more than I see the petal.
Yes, exactly. And it's amazing that this all starts just from a checkerboard, the straight up and down and side to side. And you get, something else that's not even close to the square, it all pops itself out to you.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so this design up here that we can see on camera, what is this?
I got this inspiration through eagle feathers, the wing of an eagle. How they're layered, and it has that unique pattern to it. And that's what gave me that idea to use black and white, because eagle, the bald eagle's black and white, it has that unique look to it. And the feather, the way they layered, and I was trying to incorporate that into the pottery, and one way, the shape of a feather is somewhat similar to it, and it just like layered itself, and it came out, like that way. And it's a beautiful piece. I love it.
Yeah, I do too. And also down here we have some smaller pieces as well. So what can you tell me about these that are down here?
The smaller ones are, these are the seed bases that, they used to hold seeds for planting and other stuff. And, the smaller the pottery gets, the intricate and the more the design, it's hard. It's smaller, so you have to really concentrate and, put a little more effort into it, because it's the bigger, you have more of a, the size and the shape you can really feel with it. But the smaller you get, it takes a little more time and a little more skill, to get that, that line straight, because it's, the smaller version of it.
And you referred to these as seed pots.
Yes.
And, why are they a seed pot? And do you use them today for seed pots,
well-
or do you have another method?
Yeah, they used to store the seeds, I guess, a long time ago, for planting, and they would have the little hole on top where the seed will fall out, instead of having, creatures or anybody take the seeds. That's their way of, storing it for, planting season the following year. And we just incorporated from them to, I guess, keep the design, but, we plant, nowadays, but by hand. But back then, there was the pottery for storage. Nowadays it's kind of different, but the uniqueness of the pottery itself is still there. You know what I mean? The purpose of the pottery.
Yep. So this is a seed pot. This is a seed pot.
yeah.
This is a seed pot. Correct.
Yes.
Yep. So on this one here, what's this design? It seems like it has that same pedal as well. I mean, it's just kind of a fun, kind of organic design. I mean, it almost seems like a whole lot of leaves laid on top of each other.
Yeah. It's from far away. You can actually see where I have, the cross inside. Well, you really have to look at it, the cross. And then when you look back at it, the cross turns into more than just a cross, it's a flower. Once you step back layer by layer off of it, it gives you that unique design.
Yeah, and they're really fun when they spin just a little bit.
It gives you that. I try to keep up with it.
Yeah, and how do you sign your pieces, Cletus?
I have...
You can just pull that off.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
You, of course, got the one that's stuck really well.
Okay. This is how I usually put my flower with my first name, Cletus, or the initial, and with my last name, since my last name is so long, takes up most of the pottery. And Acoma, my pueblo, where I'm from, and the state, New Mexico.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And so of the pieces that you have right here, Cletus, what is your favorite piece to do here? And what was the most challenging at the same time?
My favorite, they're all my favorite, but the one that really, gave me, inspiration is probably will have to be this design here. It's something that, I learned from my mother, probably one of the first designs that I learned from my mother. And, it looks so simple when she did it, but when I actually had to paint it, it's a process, and it's unique. And it reminds me of my late Uncle Greg Victorino, who also was a potter, and he had a similar, his design was made almost similar to that design right there. And that's purpose to me, because, it makes me inspiration, I guess you would say.
And what is the design? Do you have a name for it, or?
That's a good question. I really don't have a name for it. I will look like a name for it. If anybody out there has a suggestion for me. But, it's something that I had just learned from my mother, and, it's stuck with me, and I love to use it. So is the checkerboard. It's one of my favorites.
So, would you say that your mother is your greatest inspiration in all of this?
Yes, I believe I would put that hands down.
Yep.
She taught me a lot, and I really appreciate everything that she's taught me, I wish she could stay alive forever and just, don't age. Everybody around the world, knows her pieces. She's well known, famous. And I'm just so proud of her and, her artwork that inspired a lot of people.
Yeah, well, I've known your mom for many, many years, and every time it's my dear, hello, my dear, and it's always such a welcoming thing.
Yeah, it
And,
is.
it seems like it's really rubbed off on you as well,
Oh,
the
thank
same
you.
way. So,
Yeah.
we're really pleased and happy that this is all working.
Yeah,
And, we're trying to give you guys a place, an outlet to be able to sell your wares that is not Indian market, but that is sort of Indian market.
Yeah, it just gives me that great feeling to be in Santa Fe, to actually be here, to sell, to, at least try to, give the people what they wanted since they couldn't, actually be able to participate in the Indian market. It's, at least it's something to give to the people.
So let's talk about a little bit about your mom's pots for a second.
Yeah.
And can you tell me here, we have a whole selection of her pieces. What is the design that you're always most impressed by?
The one that catches my eye is her fine line.
Mm-hmm.
Her fine line, I can't believe, her vision after doing this pottery work for how many, so long. How she can keep that straight design, and it's unbelievable. I cannot believe how she does it.
Mm-hmm.
And the unique thing about her work is that she don't only do the whole thing fine line. She adds her own separate designs. You don't just get one design. You get multiple designs all in one pottery.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and it tells a good story. I'm pretty sure she has her stories and her way of thinking of designs. That come to her and.
So if she was going to teach you one skill from all these designs right here, which would you want to learn?
Oh gosh, there's a lot. Probably the patience and the steadiness is hard. The hardest part, I believe, to sit there, and take your time, look at each line, individually. And I believe the fine line is the one that really inspires me. Because that takes a long time to do. She started doing fine line when she was, my age, and she was just barely starting out, and I can barely get, the fine line going. And then she uses the yaka brush, to keep that line nice and thin and straight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and also, I really like the combo of the lights and the darks, and the sometimes where there's lack of design, which is part of the design.
Yeah.
And I also really like where there's, for instance, on this piece right here that is down here and nice and low, I really like how there are two long feathers versus the rest of the feathers on the top, which really make it very unique and different.
Mm-hmm.
And what you can't see on this piece is that the bottom of the piece is completely different than the top.
The top, yeah.
And so oftentimes I find that these pieces are very, very well displayed on a mirror.
Oh, yes.
So, so that way you can see the bottom and the top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it gives you that. Every angle you look at it, it's not the same angle. There's always something different about the pottery from any angle you look at it. It's very neat.
And so over here, we have another series of designs, and of course that's slightly off camera. But this guy here, and if you notice, she has put a little lip on it right here, where it's a little thicker on the top where it's painted, and I just think that that's like a nice little touch to finish off the top of her seed pots.
It gives it that unique look and like an extra layer over the top, like a ribbon effect to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really unique.
And does she call that a ribbon design?
I'm not sure what she calls that, but it's something that she tried recently and everybody loved it. It's something new, and like how she does the kiva steps, that's unique too.
So the kiva steps you're pointing out are right here, correct?
Yes, the kiva step. Yeah.
And for the people who don't know, what is a kiva?
A kiva is, where we come from, it's a religious, place where the men on top of the mesa go to, worship and do our thing, pray. And, for people and where the men, gather for their meetings and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it has a lot of significance because, it's on our mesa.
Mm-hmm.
And we have kivas up there, different kivas that the men go to. You know?
And kivas are underground, is that correct?
Most of them are that, you know, some tribes, and we have some, you know, that are above ground,
Mm-hmm.
but they're just, only way to enter is from the top, you know, through to on the ladder to the bottom. Yeah.
And so the ladder is effectively the kiva step. So it's
Yes.
it's a symbol that is of the ladder.
Yes.
And so you would climb down into the kiva,
Inside,
which
yeah.
is the spiritual place.
Yes.
For Acoma people, I know for Santo Domingo Pueblo, which is another Pueblo which you may or
Yes.
may not be familiar with,
Yeah.
but they have a spirit line in their pieces, and
Uh-huh.
that spirit line in their pieces is because the inside of the piece represents the spiritual world, very similar to the inside of a kiva.
Yeah.
The exterior of the piece represents the world in which we live.
Yes.
Is it a very similar thing that we have going on here?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, all tribes, you know, we all have something similar, and that's basically in a nutshell. What you know, the purpose of the kiva.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the whole thing. It's really religious for everybody on every tribe. That they all have one. You know, they have more than one. I'm pretty sure, but yes, exactly. You got it right on there.
And so, what else can you tell me about Acoma Pueblo? I mean, for instance, from my understanding, it's on a giant mesa top, the original old Pueblo.
Yeah.
And how would you guys get water up there in the old days?
In the old days, what they told us is, you know, the pottery, that was the main, you know, one of the main reasons how they got the water. From collections through the, you know, we call them water holes, that where the rainwater collects and it runs down from the mesa into water holes, which you accumulate over time from rainfall.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the open mouth pottery was the best place to hold the pottery. It keeps it cool.
Mm-hmm.
And the inside of the pottery, you know, the water won't get hot, or, you know, it won't stay warm. It sticks at a nice temperature, nice cool temperature. And the smell is a unique and amazing smell that you can only find and smell from a pottery, that gives it that smell from the water, the rainwater inside of it. It's very, very unique.
So for the people who are listening at home, please don't put water in any of your American Indian pots that will dissolve over time.
Yeah.
There are many things that we would recommend to do with them, but that is definitely not one of them. However, in the old days, from what I understand, is that the pots are actually not, they're not fired at a very high temperature, and because of that, the water, if you would put water in them, leaches out from the surface, and due to the process of evaporation, would cool, like a swamp cooler does, would cool the interior of the pot. And so it was a way of getting a cool drink of water. And so, you know, that is something that we are, that is really quite interesting. And although we still don't recommend you put water in your pots because they will dissolve and very fast, if you're from Acoma and you can make another pot, well, then that works just fine. But if you're not from Acoma and you can't make another one, they're very difficult to replace. So on that cheery note, I think we're going to move back over to Sandra, who I believe has had a quick bite to eat and is ready to maybe start her painting demonstration.
Okay, Miss Sandra, it looks like you're sort of getting ready to paint. And before we do that, there are a whole bunch of messages and comments that have come in. And maybe, Derek, you might be able to read a bunch of them.
Sure, the first one is from Jody Victorino. And it says, "Awesome mom."
Yay, Mom! Great!
Hold on one second.
This is a message from one of your babies?
Second
All right, and the next message is from Pat Keeve, and she says, "I'm glad you're healthy. We were on the Sky Pueblo last tour in March and it got shut down early. We've watched in horror as the virus has decimated the area." Which is really too bad, but the virus has really not really affected Acoma too badly. It's been nearby, which is the Navajo Nation, but not really on Acoma Pueblo. That's correct, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah. So, because our governor really restrict us from going anywhere for a good, maybe 4 months, saying, you gotta stay home and make sure we don't have this come onto the reservations for health-wise of the elderly.
Has anyone at Acoma died from the virus?
We only have like four
people that died.
Yeah, I had contact with other people from off the land of, I guess when they were at work or in Albuquerque or somewhere where they had contact with that. So it's kind of like hard to hear that, but it was one of governor's parents too, so it's hard to accept that happens.
Well, the Navajo reservation is the one that's really been decimated. And part of the Navajo reservation occupies the northwest corner of New Mexico. And more than half of our cases in the state of New Mexico and half the deaths have occurred right in that little corner of New Mexico. And over 500 people, or I should say over 500 Navajos have died as a result of this pandemic. So that's where the bulk of the statistics about New Mexico come from. Do you have any more messages?
I do. I have one more. And that message is, from Kevin. Kevin says, I just bought one. Thanks for your lovely work, Sandra. I've followed you for decades, and I have several pieces as well as many pieces from your Aunt Dorothy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you for your purchase.
And there is one more, which is from Kay Dell. And I have to say, watching these demos and discussions have given me an insight into my pots. I bought them because I love to look at them. Now I appreciate them more. Thank you.
Good. Well, if Dan from San Diego is watching, I would love to hear from you because I brought a little something from home to share with you. So if you're there, I would just love to hear from you. But anyway, we're going to continue on with Sandra's and Cletus's painting whenever Cletus wants to come and join her. So let's talk about paint, because this is not paint that you go to Home Depot and buy. In fact, it's really probably basically not paint at all. It could best be described as the minerals and the plant materials of the area. So after the pot dries, you have one on the table, 3 on the table that you just made. The pot dries completely and then it's polished. And I believe you have one piece there that has just been polished.
Yeah, I can show a little bit of the polishing.
Oh, sure, go for it, absolutely. So,
what we were talking about earlier about the stones.
the polishing stones.
We have different sizes, Some have long, some have short, some have small. And they're very shiny and smooth. The texture, the smoothness of the river rocks, I guess you could probably
Are they river rocks?
Yes. You get that smooth, shiny feel to it. And it don't matter on the size of the rock, as long as it's smooth. That's the main thing. And you will basically just start from the bottom and work your way up or stop down, depending on which way you really want to work at it. And just basically just hold it very lightly and gently and just go with the flow of the pottery, I guess you would see, and just kind of moving motion back and forth. And what that's doing is it's sealing the clay, making
So you're pushing the clay into itself.
Really not pushing, just mainly like laying it on there and then just gliding it. Given, you can hear it, it's just like a real smooth flow of sliding. And you can tell once it starts to, you start to feel it, it'll start to have that little reflection of the shininess of it to it. Because now you see how this is like kind of flat like how this one is. It gives it more like a pearl effect, a shiny effect, and what you're doing is just basically going back and forth and making it smoothing the clay on it.
So every piece is polished like that before anything else is applied to it.
Before you get going, and what this does, it gives you a smooth surface to paint on, where the paint can stay on and stick to the clay. And you just keep, and you just constantly stay at it and just keep polishing. And you can tell where you missed because it'll still be dull, so you can, just constantly keep going over and over until you get that smooth feel, like a glass, I guess you would say, the glass effect of it. And once you do all that, and it gets real smooth and shiny, where you can actually like feel its softness. And then it's ready to, the next step is to paint or to design if you want to. Go ahead.
Now, when you do your designs, do you, I should tell you, some people come in here and they are absolutely convinced, and sometimes you just can't tell them otherwise, they are not computer generated.
No.
I forgot to also tell, this is what we call the polish, the slip. It's like a, how would you say it, like a... Yeah, well, we have a traditional name for it. It's called yakocha, but this is what we used to put epsa. We put this on there before you polish it. So what you're doing is it helps to give it that seal to it, that shiny effect. You just put it on.
And what is it? What
it's
is
a rock.
that?
That's also a stone. It's this
It's
right
a
here.
stone?
Yeah, that you also go into the mountains to collect.
So you grind it up and mix it with water effectively?
Yeah, and then what you do is just soak it. And
Soak
then,
it?
Just soaked,
and then it soaks, and it, just like the clay, it evaporates or crumbles
It
to the
gets
bottom.
soft.
And then what you get on top is the rock itself, but it's already mixed with the water. So that's added onto there, and that gives it the polish, I guess you would say.
Kind of looks like a vanilla milkshake.
Yeah, yeah, and it keeps it. It's because it keeps it like a white filter. Yeah.
And does it settle out?
Yeah, once you.
Is it more watery at the top of that
Yes,
container?
it's more watery.
And
the
thicker
bottom.
and thicker at the bottom?
Yes, it has the one on the bottom.
Oh, yummy. Vanilla ice cream.
Yeah. And then what you use on the top is just the real fine. It floats to the top.
I like your stirring stick.
Yeah. And this is what
And
we
you have 10 of them, huh?
It's an old shirt.
Sure.
Yeah. Or old clothes.
Yeah, so we do this all the way up to the top. But see, the reason I don't want to put it on yet is because I outlined it for you. It's outlined so where I can already put the design on it, and it'll come up to this piece.
Yeah. But that's
what it is for the white slip polish. Okay, this is what.
Yeah, the stone afterwards.
And then once it's all slipped or dried overnight, and then I usually go in and I outline it and design from the bottom.
Do you use a pencil?
Yes,
You don't draw every line on though.
No,
No.
I just outline it to where to get it started.
So if you're going to do a section that has diamonds in it and a section that has fine lines in it, you just sort of mark those off and paint from there.
Yeah.
You're just like giving an outline of what you're gonna put on there.
Well, Sandra, maybe you could do a lot of fine lines because I understand that fine lines are rain.
Yeah.
And at my house, since the middle of March, it's only rained 3 times.
Really?
I sure could use some rain. I'm so sick of watering.
You just need to wash your car.
That's
when it rains.
There we go.
Well, that's what happens to us when we wash our vehicle. It rains and it pours.
Well, maybe I will just stop today on the way home.
Yeah, it'll rain.
Coin off car wash and maybe that will coax some of the water out of the sky. Now, I see you pulling at something.
Yeah, this is my yucca. I usually start with my yucca plant.
Okay, well, let's talk about yucca plants.
Yeah, this is the painting brush. And
Your painting brush is made out of yucca.
Yeah.
Yucca is a plant that grows in New Mexico.
Yeah.
And it is a succulent, and I'm a big fan of cactus and succulent plants.
Yeah.
And the leaves look like long, pointy things, and oftentimes they have a thorn at the end of them.
Yeah, with the thorns on the end.
And so, do you cut a piece of that leaf off?
Yes, you just cut a piece.
You cut a piece off, and it's all fibrous inside.
Yes, it's all fiber.
How do you get rid of the stuff that isn't fiber?
Chow chow.
You chomp on it and you bite it. Right. You chew it off.
Yeah, and then it's good to put in under warm water too, and it'll come off easily under warm water. And you could just use your nails, or like this, and scrape it all off.
Scrape all the green
The
stuff
green
off.
stuff, yeah, like the bottom part.
And so what's left behind are hairs.
Yeah, then you just have all these like for the brush.
Did you cut to your thickness of your line?
Yeah.
How much you want to make that line thick?
So if you want a thicker line, you leave more fibers, and if you want a thinner line, you get rid of a whole bunch of fibers. I know when Rebecca, who's from Acoma Pueblo, was here, she used her granddaughter's hair when she was her baby hair, and she thought that she had left her brushes at home, and so she tried to make a brush out of Derek's hair. Derek is my son and business partner, but unfortunately Derek's hair is a little on the curly side, so it really wasn't working very well. But then miraculously those brushes appeared, but she uses baby hair, but you use the traditional yucca plant.
Yeah, they use hair or...
Because one of the yucca stem could you make 2 brushes. Because this is like one whole yucca, and then I cut it in half and I make 2. So because I really use the fine, and I use like 1 or 2 strings on them, and then sometimes I use wider ones that are bigger, or for the bigger thick lines, and I always have them in the water.
And do those brushes wear out?
Yeah, they wear out though, but they work real good for me for quite a while, like a good 2 to 3 months. I would work with one, but it'll take its own shape.
Yeah.
From holding it.
Well, yes, it becomes slightly curly.
Yeah.
And then the pot is a shiny gray.
Yeah,
when you start. And if you notice, there are some other pots that are here on the table that are in various stages of completion as far as painting goes. And it looks as though the paint that you're putting on there is dark gray. What is that paint? It's certainly not from Home Depot.
No. It's rock awesome that we collect from a reservation.
It's red color?
Yeah, it's mixed with this when I mix this with that. Yeah. And that's how it comes out to this color, like a brown.
What's this that you're talking about?
The black. And then she adds a little bit of this red. It's like a
It's a red iron oxide.
Yeah.
And that exists in the cliffs.
Yes.
And you just pick that out. Do you ever go up to Zia to get any? Because Zia's, I swear that Zia and Jemez Pueblos are all red rocks.
Yes.
Yeah. And do they let you take some of their red rocks?
Well, in the past, our grandparents, like our mother, used to travel out like places to go south, and that's where they would collect stuff like that to bring home, and then they would tell us, try this and see what color it will come out once it's fired. So that's what we mostly do too. Like if we go somewhere, we look at the rocks, and you could find different colors of rocks that you could try and see how it'll come out on the pottery. And it's like a lot of the colors, like Maryland and Caroline, and them use it though.
Yeah, you'll see little bits
color
of
different
green
and
and
blue,
various shades of oranges and yellows and reds and browns, one,
Yes.
and it's all because they've been great geologists and great chemists to figure out how something that looks so innocuous can turn out to be such a nice color after it's fired, after it's heated.
Yeah, they use a rock, like a stone too, and then they just rub it on there, and then, add water.
Now, what is that you're holding on
This is
to?
the plate, the black paint.
It's the
And they
black,
have a
what
stone,
is the black
it's like
paint?
it's a, like a, how would you say, the squash, or
Do you
spinach,
use
Beeweed?
beeweed?
Seaweed, yeah.
there's the spinach, also a wild
Yeah,
spinach.
it's a wild spinach that
Mhm.
grows here
Yeah.
in New Mexico, and it's edible,
Yes.
as well as being the source of your paint.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's
a process.
convenient, isn't it?
Yeah.
But spinach also has a lot of iron in it.
Yes,
And
it
when
does.
the spinach when the iron in the spinach fires, it fires black, it turns black. And the plants you collect at various times of the year, spring to fall. Do you get a different color well, first of all, what part of the plant do you use?
Mostly the top part of the plant.
Purple,
Yeah,
The top part,
yeah, the purple part, that's the.
where the flowers are.
Yeah, where the
blue
flowers.
Do you use the flowers?
On some of the flowers, we use, like, dry them out and then, smash it all together and use
Uh-huh.
it,
And you
for-
use the tender leaves at the top, and how about in the stems too?
Yes, and my grandmother used to use the flower pebbles for firing.
Uh-huh.
We could use those for firing too. Kind of gives the colors out, makes them more brighter. Is what she used to say. To try that.
And so the beeweed, does it give you different colors when I mean,
Yeah.
different sort of shades or browns?
Kind of depends how much water you add to it,
Uh-huh.
or the colorness of or how thick it comes out, the thickness of it too. If you
Yeah.
add more,
Does it matter
darker.
what the soil is like underneath, or does it matter whether it is a young plant or an old plant?
I think it's better to get it when the flowers are,
When the flowers are
fully
blooming.
bloom.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And I would assume that because it is a native plant, that it sort of is prolific when we have lots of rain,
Oh
and
yeah.
you don't have very much of it when it's dry as a bone like it is now.
Yeah.
And so do you need a lot of that plant? So,
Yes.
Well, it lasts a long time. Once you get it made, and
Uh-huh.
it dries out, and then it comes into it dries to like a rock form.
So when you take the plant home, what do you do with that plant? Do you dry the
Kinda
plant?
just dry it and just-
Or do you cook the plant?
You can cook it too.
Oil.
You have to cook, yeah.
So
Like
you
the
cook
spinach,
the
just
plant.
like you cook that, and it
And-
gets to a pastry.
And so it's kind of turns to
Yeah.
mush.
Yeah.
We
Mushy.
all know what it's
Yeah.
like when we left spinach in the pot a little too long. I mean, it doesn't really becomes more like baby food than
Yeah,
it
exactly.
becomes like cooked spinach.
Mhm.
And so you keep cooking it
Yeah.
until
It
it
gets,
is in a thick consistency,
good consistency. You can, I guess, where it's real thick and like sticks together,
sticks together, then you leave it to dry.
dry, and then you put them in corn husks.
Uh-huh.
So much. Put it in a corn husk and tie it up, let it dry out like that. That way, when it's dry, you just take the corn husk and you have that little chunk of paint.
So you have spinach tamales. huh?
Yeah, exactly. And you just rub it on the rock, add a little rainwater to it, and
Uh-huh.
the paint will start to make it
Well,
soft.
it's very much like what the Japanese do with inkstones when they
Exactly.
do calligraphy.
Yeah.
They have their paint that is in rock form, and they grind it on an inkstone, and then they mix it with water as they grind it, and then use a brush and do all their calligraphy work. So it's the same idea that was probably thought of independently.
Yeah, a long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, a long time ago.
It's weird how that all connects, you know, someday.
Yeah. Now, is it difficult to use that paint? Because obviously it isn't like, you know, like milk that you buy from the grocery store that's homogenized and all mixed together.
Yes, it is.
It's more like the milk you get where the cream rises to the top. And so do you have to continually add water and continually stir and do that kind of thing when you paint?
If you,
Or do you make up a jar of it and,
Yeah.
and go from there?
yeah, you just like make a good supply for you, like to how long you're gonna work on your pieces and stuff, and you make a good variety of it, you know,
Good amount of it.
and then pour it in a jar and save it like to when you need it, and then you add it.
Yeah, when you're ready to use add water to, you know.
Yeah.
And I know the work that you do is extremely fine. Do you have any problems talking while you work?
No.
So you can just talk anytime? And I can talk to you?
Yes.
And I'm not going to make you screw up?
No.
Now, what happens if you screw up? What do you do?
I lick it off, but no.
Because it's edible, right? Because it's spinach juice.
It's a scraper.
And so what happens when you make a mistake?
You can just scrape it off with a scrape.
Yeah, very lightly, just, you know, it'll come off. Just very lightly, you know, give it a little.
A stroke, yeah.
Well, Thomas Tenorio, who's from Santo Domingo, Pueblo, he uses the whole plant. Roots, stems, flowers, the whole thing.
Yeah.
He uses all of it. However, with the slip that he paints on when he's polishing, like you are doing here, that slip will not let him scrape it off. So if he makes a mistake, all of a sudden he has a different design. And he works around that mistake.
Everybody has their flaws, you know.
But he can't take it off.
Yeah, it's all part of artwork, you know.
Yeah, and it's part of learning what the limitations of your materials are.
Yeah.
So, you know, if the two of you want to start painting, that would be just great.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and I outline this like into sections. And so I'm gonna go ahead and outline this for now and see, you know, kind of figure out the design that will go nice with this. So I kind of think, you know, a ribbon is what I'm thinking. A ribbon of it will go onto here. So that's what I'm gonna do now. And what I do is
And you're just going to paint onto the surface.
yes.
Are there any pencil marks on there?
Yes, there's pencil marks, but not to the.
Usually they're just on there like for a guide. That way, you know, you're keeping it straight.
Oh, so it's sort of like a
guideline.
like a graph. That
Exactly. Just something to.
But something to make sure that you're keeping in the shape of the pot and not something completely different.
Yeah.
Cletus, are you going to paint too?
Yeah.
Oh,
what I was
good.
gonna say is, see, basically what it is just lines going straight down, all the way down from the top to the bottom, and like how she started hers. You know, she what do you call it? Sectioned it into 4 pieces, you know, down and across, and then once you go from there, you go make your way up. And then, like, if you want to go real fine and, you know, start adding more lines, you know, you just go from there. And that's how you create, you know, your graph, I guess you would say, before the paint goes on there. And then once you start painting, you know, you get your design and you just go with it. Connecting dots, I guess, more or less.
Connect the
That's your
dots.
mind, and then,
Right.
And you just feel it,
Sure, connect the dots.
Connected the lines.
But when you first start, you know, you can't really tell, you know, what's going to happen on it until, you know, you got going and, you know, the design comes to you, I guess you would say.
Well, if you hold up that pot again, when I look at that pot, I see those lines that you're talking about that go from top to bottom. But I also see lines that swirl to the right, and I see lines that swirl to the left. And then I see concentric rings that start at the top that are small and go big to the big part all the way down to the bottom.
It's just like once you make one design, another one pops out. And then once you make that design, another one pops out. So, you know, it's constantly giving you more designs once you know, get your pottery going. Then once it's all done, you know, you have multiple, you know, designs out of just one design.
Well, what that means is that everything is extremely precise,
Yeah.
because that wouldn't happen unless the designs were sort of stretched like, you know, like a pair of fishnet pantyhose
Yeah.
over
Yeah.
the top of the piece. So you're using a brush.
Yeah. Well, because see, like once we start lining,
Uh-huh.
you know, we stick with the yucca, I guess you want to say,
Uh-huh.
to get the lining going. And then once you start filling in, like you can start, you know, the bigger, like the more paint you need, you can start, you know, filling that in, and it goes faster, a little faster for you.
Goes a little faster to
Yeah.
to use
Yeah, the
a
yucca.
commercial brush
Yeah,
rather
yeah.
than a yucca brush.
Yeah, for, you know, just like the filling, I guess you would say.
Mhm.
More or less the lines, and you know, to get that straight line, the yucca brush really comes in handy. It gives you like how you can see how her lines are, you know, it gives you that consistent long line. Then once you know, you can tell your paint's ready is that once you get that first stroke on it, you know, it'll dry itself and it just leaves that nice smooth.
Mhm.
And once you can tell, once the paint, you know, it starts getting thick, it'll kind of leave like a little heavy overlay on it. When you know it's kind of dry, so you just add more water to it, and you know, continue keep it nice and I guess you would say kind of liquidy,
Yeah.
to where it's not really dry, to where it's kind of sticky. Yeah.
Now, the piece that you're working on, Cletus, you've already done some of the design work at home.
Yes.
How long did it take you to do what you have on the block
From
right
this,
now?
it took me almost, let me see, close to a month. I started the lining, and you know, just from the
All
top.
day, every
Yeah.
day for a month?
Yeah, I started, well, it took about maybe 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah.
The top is the hard, for me, is the hard part, because it's so small, you know, you gotta really take your time and, you know, go from there. Then once you start making your way, you know, further down, or it gets a little bigger, you know, it kind of goes a little faster, but you're just trying to, you know, keep yourself constant, you know, the lines is what you really trying to look for to make sure the paint is consistent and even.
Is the painting the most difficult part?
So, yeah, I guess you would say.
For him,
painting-
For him,
Technically difficult,
Yeah,
that
painting
it's
and
the
making is-
painting.
yeah,
But
this-
time consuming
this
is
is-
the digging and the cleaning of the clay.
Yeah,
And making the pots is the shortest part.
yeah, the shortest part is probably that, and the sitting, you have to do a lot of sitting.
A lot
You
of
know,
sitting,
patience,
huh?
yeah, and just make your mind, you know, concentrate on what you did, and, you know, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. And once you're done, you know, it's something else.
Do you tend to get flat on the bottom? No, I'm not talking about the pot, I'm talking about you.
my ear twitch.
But it's really fascinating to see how long it takes. And the pieces that we have on display represent about 7 months. 7 months of working all the time on these pieces, from the collecting of the clay all the way to the firing process. So, how do you guys fire? Are you
We're we're firing them now in the kiln.
firing them in the kiln?
Yeah,
But they used to be ground
we
fired.
used to do the ground.
fryer.
Now, did your Aunt Dorothy, Dorothy Torivio, Aunt Dot, did she fire in the ground, on the ground?
Yeah, she did then for a
Uh-huh.
while till she had to start firing kiln for the galleries and shops, you know.
Well, you know, it's really interesting because with Acoma pieces, they are really geometric, they are clean, black and white. And if you fire in the ground, you always run the risk of the flames
Yeah.
or the smoke
Yeah.
hitting the pot. And with their particular kind of clay, it leaves a mark, that mark does not come off. If the smoke touches the pots, it does not come off. And those are called fire clouds. Like in Hopi, the Hopi pots have lots of fire clouds on them. And their fire clouds come out sort of a rosy red, soft, lovely color. And they really look as though they are part of the design of the pots with looking straight at the dog in between you. But with the Acoma pots, those fire clouds are gray. And what the buying public looks at is that those fire clouds as a mistake, when in fact they are merely part of the process. And if you look at the old Acoma pots, I mean, the fire clouds are really quite lovely on them. But since the designs have gotten smaller and smaller and more accurate and you know, being able to convince people that they're computer generated rather than done by hand.
Yeah, exactly.
That those gray fire clouds really interrupt the designs that people have been painted on, and consequently, it's almost forced people to have their pots fired in the kiln only because they're not as sellable, even though all that work is there, and the fire clouds are, you know, a testament to the tradition of ground firing at Acoma Pueblo. So, you know, most people have turned to kilns, but hopefully that technique is not lost. That there are people in the Pueblo, like Rebecca and like you, Sandra, who know how. Don't necessarily use it all the time, but at least know how to do it so that they can pass that tradition on to the next generation. Have you ever ground fired, Cletus?
I've seen it done.
You've seen
Yes,
it done?
when I was much younger, I would help.
Yeah.
And it was pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah.
The process, you know, it's not just, you know, sit there and watch. You have to do a lot of stuff to get that thing going.
Well, Thomas Tenorio, who was self-taught, took him 14 years to learn the whole process, and he says that he's still improving on his technique. But the first time he fired, he thought, you know, one of those nice hornos, one of those bread ovens, would be really great to fire in. Why do it in the ground when you have a night? They don't bake bread in it, so why can't you bake the pots in it? Well, he couldn't get the fire going, and he couldn't get the fire going. So what he did is he used some charcoal starter, and he squirted it on the wood that was in the horno, and he lit a match, and the whole thing blew up. He blew the top right off the horno. Right off the oven, destroyed the oven as well. Well, that was attempt number one. And number two, he thought, well, you know, this horno thing is not going to be so good. I'm going to do it on the ground like I think that people do it, because, you know, he had sort of seen it done, but he hadn't done it himself. And then he said, all of a sudden I smelled something really funny, and he realized his own shirt was on fire. He got just a little too close to the fire. And he showed us the scar on his arm where, you know, he was burned, but but he hadn't done it himself. And then he said, all of a sudden I smelled something really funny, and he realized his own shirt was on fire. He got just a little too close to the fire. And he showed us the scar on his arm where, you know.
They kind of almost deal where you have to watch them, make sure you get the timing right.
All Pueblos use wood to fire their pots, and then other Pueblos add other things to go with the pots, with the firing and to the wood. Some people use cow pies, some people use dried horse manure. Some of those processes are family secrets, but you know, in the case of the black pottery, the only way you can get the black pottery is to use the manure. So they start off with wood and cow pies, and you pile all that around the the pots and oftentimes use something to protect those pots from the flames and from the smoke. Some people use old bed springs. Some people use old roofing material. Some people use old road signs to sort of protect the pots from the flames. And you slowly but surely heat them up. I know that there are a few people that will start the firing process in their own oven at home and warm the pots up before they take them out to the ground firing, because once that fire gets going, those flames heat up really fast. I mean, the pots heat up really fast from the flames. And do we have a message?
We just have a couple comments. They're both from Joey Victorino. Joey says, "I love you, Mom. So happy to see you doing great for everyone. And hi, Andrea. Miss you. Be safe out there."
Oh, thank you, honey. That's really nice. But anyway, so with the firing process, then they'll put cow pies on top, because that's something that will bring the temperature
Yeah, they said that
much
gets
higher.
very hot.
They really burn hot. Of course, at this point, you don't the person who's doing the firing, do not smell like a rose. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But the cow pies are dry, so fear not. And then, like at Santa Clara and San Ildefonso, when visually they can see how hot the pot is, they then take that ground up horse manure and they shovel it on top very, very quickly. And that sort of encases the fire, the pot's in the hot firing. And the fire continues to burn because that horse manure that comes in contact with the flames catches on fire. But because, it's an organic material and it needs more oxygen to burn, and it needs oxygen to burn, the place it gets the oxygen from is from the clay.
Yeah.
And so it sucks the oxygen out of the clay. And because of the chemical content of the local clay, the pots turn black, and they're black through and through. So there's a great difference between the black pots that you see at Santa Clara and San Ildefonso. That is the result of the firing process. The pots look sort of terracotta red when they go into the fire, and with the addition of that dry manure at the end, they turn out black when they come out of the fire. With painted pieces like Sandra and Cletus are doing, what they're doing is they're painting effectively an iron product, spinach, the iron that made Popeye strong and famous. They paint that iron product in the form of this black paint that you see, and then in the firing process, it too remains black. Anyway, so tell us what you're doing here. Who goes first? Sandra, what are you up to?
Okay, I've gone this far, so I've outlined it mainly the main ribbon design I'm gonna do, and then I'm adding on now the lines for either checkerboard or for the fine line.
Rain, good rain.
Yeah.
Rain.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get this all, situated first, and then I can either do the fine line or the checkerboard.
How steady your hand is. Is that from practice?
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Well, Cletus, how long have you been making pots? How long have you been doing this?
I started probably when I was around, maybe I believe, I was like 16.
16, that was what, 2 years ago?
And then, I was always, this was when I was smaller, and I would watch her, and, just stand there and watch her. And then, she, eventually just kept telling me, try it. So I did, and You know, I would help her when she would break out the clay and stuff, you know, and try my own, you know, make it.
He would help me fill
Yeah, and I would
in.
help her.
Help her fill in
yeah,
the
help her fill in,
designs,
yeah.
and then you started designing on your own.
Yeah, and you know, it just went from there, and I got more and more into it, and you know, when I first started, you know, buying or painting and selling, I tried selling in Old Town in Albuquerque, you know, and people were like, yeah, oh, those are nice, you know. Come back maybe next time, you know. I used to get that a lot, you know.
Yeah, come back.
Yeah,
Come back when you get, come back when you get
yeah,
better.
you know,
huh?
but that never discouraged me, you know. They always told me, you know, you have nice work, you know, you'll get there, you know.
Yeah.
Just give it time, and you know, she was always the one telling me, you know, don't give up. You know, there's always somebody out there that's gonna want something. You know.
Did you go to Bob Andrews?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then that's when, you know, you met her, and it went from there, you know, and I got introduced, you know, to her, you know, her friends that she
So you mean you're just riding on that Victorino name and fame?
Yeah, it's a unique feeling to have, you know, her as a, you know, famous potter.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I don't want it to go to waste. You know, it has to be.
Well,
you know?
of course, that's what, famous names are for,
Yeah.
to use them.
Exactly. Yeah. Inspiration. You know. Yeah.
Or it opens doors.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
It opens
yeah.
doors. I mean, and,
opportunities. You know.
right, and if worse comes to worse, you could change your name like to Rockefeller.
There you go.
That might open a few
Yeah.
doors also. Perhaps not in the pottery world.
Yeah, and then, you know, just helping her was, you know, how I got started. You know, just sitting there watching her, helping her, and asking questions.
Yeah.
You know, and she would tell me, you know, or she'll say, try it, you know. Try
Well,
it.
this is something I've sort of universally heard from Native American potters. They don't sit there with their children and say, now let's make a straight line. And no, that line's a little too crooked, and you should move it a little to the left, and maybe it should be a little thicker at the top. Instead, they let their children or their pupils, usually family members, watch. And they watch 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 some more. And then one day, the teacher says, here, give it a whirl, and hands you a piece of clay, or perhaps in your case, a brush, and said, go for it.
Yeah.
And so it's a completely different way of learning, because the student isn't burdened by instruction and criticism.
Oh, yeah. You're going to get that a lot, you know. It's always going to be there. No matter, you know, where you go in life, you know, your pottery, your artwork, you know, there's always somebody that, you know, is going to have, you know, good or positive to say about it, you know. You take it on stride and use it as motivation and, you know, guidance, you know. Maybe, that's a good, you know, way to look at it, you know, to look at your artwork.
Well, I've always wondered about art critics.
Yeah.
I mean, what an unusual profession that you cast judgment on someone else's creative experience.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird,
Yeah.
I think, and pretty pretentious.
Yeah.
And then, to be able to use that as a basis for other people to judge that same artwork.
Exactly.
That I find to be quite unusual, because that old saying about beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And I'm more of that kind of person.
You know, there's people out there that don't see it the same way, you know. They look at it and, you know, they don't quite see what you see. And, you know, that's more reason for you to go out there, you know, and show.
And to make something beautiful enough that it has universal appeal. Not mama, just mama. Says, oh honey, this is the most beautiful piece of art, better yet grandma. The most beautiful piece of art that I've ever seen, and then she hangs it on the refrigerator. When you're in the business of art, which is what you basically are, you want more praise other than grandma. Especially grandma, but other than grandma too, so that you can exchange your artwork for money, which will bring you the things that you need in life.
Yeah, and it's also good to like talk to other artists, and get what, their feedback too, what
Well,
they do.
that is probably one of the biggest tragedies about Indian Market not happening this year, because not only is it a big sale, a big fair, where people come and buy artwork, but for the artists.
Yeah.
They see people that they haven't seen since the year before.
Yeah, we
They
always make friends, every
Yeah.
year, the people you sit next to,
Oh yeah, you renew your friendships. You get really stimulated because of all the stuff that's there and new ideas and to see your customers that you've known year after year after year only in that kind of situation. And you see the dances and you see that happened all during Indian Market, the Indian dances, and that you can maybe buy or purchase things or trade for other people's work.
That's another thing too, like your neighbor, when you sit to them, the whole weekend you get to know them, then at the end if you still have something, that they want to trade with you or, take this for that, just to, keep that bond, I guess you would say. Yeah.
Well, now the only person you're sitting next to is your mom. And I don't think she would want to trade.
I usually have a lot of friends that do jewelry for the market, and we trade with jewelry or pottery, and they come from other tribes, and we trade. Or either a painting of something. I usually try to get some every year from some other artists, that's done other things.
Well, one of the things that happens at Indian Market is there is a jury award system. Do you have a question?
We do, for Sandra. And the question is did Sandra have a pencil mark to make the swirl? I didn't see one.
No.
No, I do. The way I had connected was from dot to dot, remember? No, from square to corner is where my lines were. See, like this. You can barely see the lines, but that's where I connect.
So what you've done is you've effectively drawn a graph.
Yeah, a graph
onto
of the
pot
design.
Very lightly with a pencil, and then use that as a guide.
Yes.
But just as a guide.
Yeah, just as a guide though, but I usually do it freehand as much as I know how to do it.
Well, I hope that answers the question. I mean, such control.
Yes, it's just
such great eyesight to make sure that the ribbon that she is painting on the pot evenly follows the contour of the pot.
Yes.
It's really hard to paint on a curved surface because your designs expand and shrink as the diameter of the pot expands and shrinks.
Yes.
Very difficult to do. I hope that answers the question. Any others?
Not yet.
Okay.
I usually have a little footstool that I use because my legs are short.
Well, we might be able to find something for you to prop your foot up.
That's okay. Well, it's in the well.
There's always a box or something that, if you want us to look around for one, we'll be happy to.
This is fine. This is good. This got this little step on the chair.
Oh, so the rung there.
Yeah, so where you can see the item.
Yeah, so the loss of Indian Market is certainly a great one. And, it was such a good idea. It was started almost 100 years, if not 100 years ago. And if you've ever been to Indian Market, all the streets all around the plaza, they're all full of vendors in their tents and in rows, and now all the streets that jet out from the plaza, they are all filled with rows of tents that house all the artists. 100,000 people show up. I mean, in a town of 60,000 people, we got 100,000 visitors for 1 week. It's kind of crazy around here, but it's wonderful crazy. And then you have a couple thousand artists and their families to add to that group of people. And things go on here from the crack of dawn until midnight. You walk the streets at midnight and it's sort of like downtown Tokyo or downtown New York in the middle of the day because there are so many people everywhere. And the restaurants are all full, and the hotels, you know, you have to make reservations like a year in advance. The hotels are all packed, and everybody, you know, all the white guys that show up have to show off every single piece of Indian jewelry that they own. And I mean, I've seen a few people that had so many necklaces on, you could barely see their face. And you know, it's really, really fun. It's a really warm and excited, electric sort of atmosphere here because of all the beautiful things that are made. Another question?
Yes, we have a question from Lori. She would like to know, how do they keep the paint from smearing under their fingers as they're painting? Such beautiful work.
It dries pretty quickly, you know.
You just gotta watch your hand placement, basically. Try to keep your hand away from where you're working and just go.
So it's a matter of how you place your hand
try not to, like,
when
go,
you're painting.
Try not to go all over, you know, and try to keep going one way.
Yeah, and the fact that the paint dries very quickly because the clay is very porous.
Mm-hmm.
It soaks up all the water that's in that paint almost immediately.
Yeah.
So you have to be really careful not to make any mistakes.
Yeah.
I hope that answers the question.
We've got good air conditioning.
The air system works too.
Yeah,
It's ventilation.
so it's sort of like having a little breeze at home.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you do any of your process outside?
I usually would like if I'm the summertime, it's really good for me because when you take out your potteries to kind of it dries them a little faster. And like something like this.
But not in the sun, in the shade.
Just somewhere in the shade because the heat from the air, you know, it helps it kind of dry a little bit to where it can be worked with, and it helps a lot.
And there's no humidity here.
Mm-mm.
I've seen it pouring rain and the humidity is 40%.
Yeah.
The air is extremely dry here. In fact, putting it out to dry outside sometime may be a problem because it might dry a little too fast.
Too fast, yes. But that's kind of good too at the end where you're all done scraping and finished.
So if you, like you said, you have a light pencil graph
Yeah.
drawn on that pot.
Mm-hmm.
You don't measure it, you just eyeball it?
Yeah, I just eyeball it because I've already have outlined it. See, there's my other lines. This has kind of already been rubbed off. So then I have it already in sections.
Well, if you don't exactly paint over a penciled line, does it fire out?
Yes,
Does
it fires off.
It fires off,
It
yes.
disappears. So that graphite from the pencil just
Fires
burns
off.
up in the fire.
Yes, it
What
does.
sort of temperature are these fired at? Do you have any idea?
I think Becky she fires quite a bit too. I don't know how much she fires hers at.
So do you measure the temperature in cones, or do you measure
just
the
in the-
temperature in degrees?
In probably degrees.
In degrees. Does it get above 1,000 degrees?
I don't know what they use there.
1,000 degrees, believe it or not, is fairly low fire.
Yeah.
I believe it's up there around the.
I think it's on low fire. It depends what kind or how many you have, the pieces. If you've got more than one or two, you know, then if you got less, then you got low fire.
Derek, are you nearby? Okay, do you think you could hunt down a piece of pottery, even from if it's Santa Clara or San Ildefonso, that is ground fired? Because one of the ways we can tell is by tapping the pot, and you'll listen for the pitch. And the higher the pitch, the higher the fire.
The firing.
And the more music we can play. Oh, who was this made by?
Luann.
Oh, Luann Tafoya, daughter of the world famous Margaret Tafoya. If you listen to the sound, you can hear the pitch of it. And compare that to this piece that is higher fired. So it's a higher note. This piece is a special firing because Clarence Cruz, who's going to be here on Saturday, he makes very simple, micaceous pieces of pottery, the kind of pottery that was used for cooking.
Mm-hmm.
And the pieces that he makes, not only can you put them in the oven to bake things in, but you can put them on top of your stove and cook a pot of beans in them. And believe me, there's nothing quite like a pot of beans that is made in a micaceous pot. But he fires them in such a way, and so that you can actually do that. The lower fired pieces you can't do that with, and besides they're all decorated, and you don't need decorative beans. Beans can be in a plain pot, but you know the beans really taste different in a micaceous pot than they do in a stainless steel one. It's just fascinating to watch. I could watch you guys paint all day. And you're making great progress on that pot, Sandra.
I
Is it
know.
because you have a lot of experience and
I
the
do.
design is already in your head?
Yeah.
She's going.
Once I'm in my zone, I keep going.
Oh, so we caught you in the zone.
You caught me in my zone.
Well, Cletus, if at some point you want to talk about pots and rest your eyes a little bit, that would be just great. Because after all, you want to sell your pots. This is your income. This is your life's work, and your opportunity to sell the pieces has been taken away by that pandemic.
Yeah, the coronavirus.
And an Indian market has been canceled, and so it would be just great if you could spend a few minutes talking about your pieces. If this is a good time, would you rather wait, or is now okay?
Sure. Or like what should I?
Yeah, if you could just leave your pot on the table here so everyone can enjoy seeing what you've done so far. What? Oh, wait a minute, hang on, I'm sorry. I was just told by Derek that they're already seeing your pots. They're already on the screen because I can't really see much of anything because I'm far away.
Just moved it away.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Never mind, continue painting.
Okay.
It's really fun to watch.
Yeah. I can also.
I'm sorry for the
You can ask
interruption.
questions, too.
That I didn't mean to do.
Fine.
And this is the eighth one of these conversations and demos that we've done. And if you haven't seen any of the other ones and would like to do so, just go to YouTube and search for Andrea Fisher Fine Pottery. And the first 7 of them will come up. This one will be available very soon after we conclude this afternoon. And so you can check out the other ones that are online and have a real pottery education Well, you know, at the end of the 20s, you know, everyone who's tuned in every day, there's going to be a quiz.
Yeah.
Pop
Yeah.
quiz, pop quiz.
Pop quiz.
Well, actually, if you've tuned into every single one of them, we'll probably have to send you off for rehab for pottery addiction. I'm actually really glad, being in the business, that there is no such thing as pottery rehab for collecting. We have so many collectors out there who have discovered their interest in Native American pottery and want to be reminded of it by surrounding themselves with all these beautiful pieces. Oftentimes I get asked what makes a great collection, and everyone and their uncle has an opinion, myself included, but I think what the best collection in the world is one that offers the collector, the person who's collecting it, a new outlook on life. That it is an incredible learning experience. It is insight into another culture and an understanding of other people, especially now when there's all this racism stuff and, you know, who's black and who's not black enough. And people of color and all the millions of years of history of how humans have come to assault each other, that by collecting pottery, you learn a tremendous amount about the Native American culture. And, you know, maybe the day will come when we'll all be so intermarried and mingled genetically that we won't have to fight with each other because we'll all be family. I mean, families fight in different ways. Luckily, some of it is verbally rather than by violence. But, you know, who knows, maybe that day will come. But, you know, every time you make a trip somewhere and you buy a piece of artwork from an artist, no matter what country you're visiting, you know, you learn a little bit about who all those wonderful people are and what they do. And it really makes a difference.
So true.
Sandra, you're just tearing through. You really are in the zone, aren't you?
Yes, and I'll be listening. Once you get started, you hate to put down too, then you gotta get it done.
So are you mixing that paint every time you sort of dip your brush in?
Yeah, I do with my yucca brush. I just add a little bit more water like this. And just to keep it moist so from the air it keeps it, not get it too dry. Once it dries too thick, then it'll be hard to kind of put on. And your lines get chubbier.
And so your lines get thicker and thinner?
Yeah, once you add a little bit more water, then you just keep stirring it up, and then your lines will get thin, you know, get to the same texture.
One of the things that I like to do is, you know, like take a photograph from our website of Sandra's pieces or one of Rebecca Carrier's pieces and keep pushing that plus button on your computer and just watch that design expand. Because in many cases, if you look at Sanders and Cletus's pots, they look gray, not black and white. I'm talking about the finished product. When the lines are so close together, what happens is your eye mixes the black and the white and you see gray. But if you take the photographs of them from our website and keep pushing that plus button, the black and the white start to separate from each other and you see the design enlarge. And it's unbelievable when you look at it because because you see how accurately it's been painted when it's gigantic, but when it's the size that it is in real life, it doesn't look as, it looks as though it's accurate, but it really, really, truly is once it's enlarged on the screen. So, Sandra, how old is this grandson of yours that's interested?
He's, like 7. I think he's, I got the oldest one of my grandson too is, 10. He's gonna be, 15 this month, or this coming Monday.
Wow.
And he was barely born too, like a couple of days after the market, and that, I don't remember what year was that.
2000.
No, that was Maya.
Oh, 10?
Yeah,
2007?
yeah, 2007 he was born.
Oh, 5, I'm sorry.
2005?
And he was barely born, and they brought him out to the market that week.
And he was just a
Just
couple of days
newborn,
old?
yeah.
Newborn, he was a newborn, and
Yeah. That was when it was on the 17th and 18th or August, during that time, because his birthday's on the 7th. So he will always be before or after the market. His birthday.
Well, the market is traditionally the third weekend in August.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, if the third weekend in August is really, really early,
yeah.
they push it back. But I'm not so sure that is something that happens. And
Very often,
the
yeah.
Southwest Indian Arts Association is the organization that puts on market every year, and they really do a great job because first of all, you have to figure out who you're going to put in this market. And there's a huge jury process where artists have to submit slides of their work, and to ensure the fact that the quality of their work rises to the quality of the market.
Yes, of the market.
And then you have to organize all those people who come from all over the country, and we have natives from Alaska to Florida, and some on the East Coast. Some of the tribes on the East Coast aren't as active and continuing their traditions all the way to California. So like a big X in the country. But the focus, if you notice, Southwestern Indian Arts Association, the focus is on the arts and crafts of the Southwest. And for a couple reasons. First of all, it's the most prolific here, and second of all, because it always takes place here in the Southwest, and the transportation is a whole lot easier to get people here. But the focus is on Southwestern, mostly from New Mexico, actually. And this has been going on, like I said, for almost 100 years. And we were talking about prizes in Indian Market. At Indian Market, there are lots and lots of various categories, whether it is basket making, whether it's pottery or painting. They've even added fashion, they've added the written word, they've added photography, and consequently, you have a lot of material that has to be judged. And they give away prizes. Not only do you get a hearty handshake, but you get a ribbon, and in lots of cases, you get a cash prize. And the cash prize for Best in Show is a very good number. Plus, being able to sell that Best in Show piece, there are just dozens of people who want it, so you can ask just about any price you feel is reasonable or out of this world for it. Yes, we have a question?
We don't have a question. We actually have a request, if possible. And what it is I have a piece, Sandra, that was purchased today by Mary and Ian, and they would very much like for you to hold it and talk about the piece.
Okay.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah, there you go. But at Indian Market, people enter their very, very best work in an attempt to win a prize, because what you're doing is you're adding to your resume, you're adding to your fame, and some of that controls that. Ooh, look at the box. Oh boy.
Here you go.
Okay, well, go for it. Tell us everything you can about this big piece that you
Well,
made.
I would like to say, what was her name?
Mary and
Mary.
Ian.
Mary and Ryan, thank you very much for purchasing.
Ian.
For purchasing my piece, and I'm very happy to have hold it and tell you that I enjoyed doing this piece. It was a large piece, and this is almost like the black and white, almost like a checkerboard, and it's kind of a new style and design that I have created last couple years ago too, and just had section it out into different divides of the pottery to where the shape would take its shape of its design. So I'm so happy to have done this, and thank you very much for purchasing it. And it's all handmade too, like the other pieces have been made. So I'm glad you have purchased and enjoy it.
Now, when you started painting, did you those bands that start at the top and come to the bottom? Were they done first?
Yes, the bands were made first into 4 sections, as you can tell from the top of the top. They're all sections.
Show us the top.
The top is like very, like you can tell where the sections are from corner to corner.
Are those the 4 directions?
Yeah, the 4 directions of Acoma. And so then the designs, or the hardware part was the top right here where the intricate part is. And it was a challenge to do.
Because you have to shrink the designs to fit the pot.
Yes, you shrink the design, and it's all mostly like the lines that you see on this pottery. It was mostly all the lines like this as it was started out, and then the hardest part is to where you have to stick to one line and go from there, and because if you skip a line or try to jump to another, you'll miss the whole thing. It was a challenge to try to keep to the same design to where it'll come out. And the hard part was looking over on the top of this, where you have to work with it and then keep going and keep going down until you get the whole top. But it took quite a while for this, and it had to take a break, and took a couple of days, more than days, and it took like a couple of weeks, and after that, was.
So making this pot, again, you had to be a chemist, a geologist, a botanist, and a mathematician to figure out the geometry of that piece of pottery. How long did you say it took you to make?
It took me mostly like about a month, I would say, because it had to make it first, and then to design it was I guess you would say the hard part to see what kind of design would look nice, and this is the design I kind of figured that I would try.
Do you have a name for that design?
Oh yes, I love this. It's like more black and white, and I like color too sometimes. But this came out real nice. I love it. I'm glad.
But does the design have a name? Like the petal design or the snowflake design? Or
it's kind of more like the swirl spin design. Because it has like a little windmill design on this design.
I see the windmills.
Yeah, the little windmills right here on this design. And then of course your feather designs. The feather designs.
Wow.
So great.
Well, Mary and Ian, I hope that
thank you.
explains everything, and that you took all of that in. And if you need to replay it because you missed something along the way,
Thank you, Mary.
Yeah, this will be
Ryan?
and this will be available after the a few hours after the demonstration is over on YouTube. And go to YouTube and then go to Andrea Fisher Fine Pottery, search for that, and you'll recognize Sandra by the big purple butterfly on her mask. And everybody, that whole Victorino family that's dressed in purple
I
today.
know, I don't know. It just like, it was weird that we left from home.
It wasn't planned.
It was not planned.
Well, you know, it's really funny here at the gallery. All of a sudden, everybody here will show up in black one day, or everybody will have yellow on.
Yeah.
It's never planned. No, there are no memos sent out to what color we're going to wear. But I like the purple. It's a great background color for the pieces that look gray, dark gray and light gray now, that will eventually become black and white after the firing. So now, did your paint dry up?
Yeah.
But you can reconstitute it, I would assume.
Yeah, it's back there.
And Mary and Ian, if you have any more questions, if there's something that Sandra may not have covered that you want to know, don't hesitate to type in a question, and we'll make sure that we try and make the answer as complete as possible. So how many hours can you paint in a row before the back hurts and your bottom hurts and your hands hurt?
I usually take breaks, so like walk
It
outside
helps.
and get fresh air.
Every other hour. Yeah.
Every other hour.
You can tell when your bottom starts to
It's
not
mostly your bottom.
cooperate.
When your bottom says it's time
Yeah,
to
walk.
go.
Yeah, it's when or your vision gets kind of weird when you look back at
Yeah, well, that's what Aunt Dawn said.
Yeah.
After 2 hours, she was ready to throw up because her own designs made her sick.
Yeah, but it's. And then some days it's like you're sitting there, and the next thing you know, it's already in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's afternoon.
Then the time just goes. It's weird
Yeah.
when you're into the painting.
Sandra, while you were setting up all your painting and everything, I don't know whether the public could see this or not. Cletus had a light that was a bright light with a magnifying lens on it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you use at home?
Yeah, I have one like that at home that I use, and it kind of helps me because it's a little bit brighter for me.
The lady.
The lighting, yeah.
Well, there's a lot of natural light in here,
Yeah.
as well as
From the
overhead.
window, yeah. It's
Yeah, the
nice.
windows really help, and
Mhm.
the overhead lights help too.
I know, because in our home we have that tin roofing thing, and then like when you're outside in the sun, and then when you go into the house, it's like dark. So we always have that extra light.
Yeah, you live on the Pueblo,
Yeah.
and you don't live up on the Mesa full-time, because very few people live up there
Yeah.
full-time. Whereabouts do you live?
We up at
We live in villages on the reservation. There's right when you come, if you come west
just
from Albuquerque, the first village that you'll come into is Acomita.
Acomita,
exit-
Little
exit-
Acoma.
Yeah, exit
Acomita,
102.
uh-huh.
Yeah. And there's where you'll find we have a casino and the information center where you can talk to anybody to go up to the mesa, which is like another maybe
8 miles, I believe.
8 miles from the exit 102 to the mesa itself. Yeah. And then Acomita, there's Acomita, then once you go up more, then there's another village we call Skyline, and that's where our tribal administration and the other buildings are. And then if you go up a little further, a little past that is McCarty's where we live, and that's another village, and then a little past that is Anzac, and then from there it goes into Grants.
So who was the Scotsman who named the village McCarty's?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
can understand an Indian name,
Yeah.
or a trader's name, or a Spanish name, but a Scotsman's name, McCarty's?
McCarty's.
Huh.
Yeah, that's a good question. I never knew, or
Yeah.
knew you.
Well, you mentioned that there's a casino. There's a casino.
Yeah, there's a
there.
casino. It's not open right now due to the the pandemic, but and we also have a culture center, an Indian culture center that's located on the bottom of the mesa, and which gives you a lot of information and
Yeah.
history about the Acoma people as well.
Well, I have a really interesting story about that casino. I do. It's really funny. The
Okay.
National Museum of Women in the Arts in Washington, D.C. was putting together a show called Generations, where they showcased, they had this big, enormous show of American Indian women Southwest potters. The matriarchs, which are Lucy Lewis, Breezy Chino, Maria Martinez, Nampeo Hano, and oh dear, maybe one more. And then the older living the generation that was alive, that was doing work in the traditional way. And then the generation that was alive, that tended to be a little younger, who were doing things that looked more contemporary. And it was in Washington, D.C. And the person who was responsible for putting it together, or not putting part of it together, she did the catalog for the show. She needed a pot by Dorothy Torivio. Aunt Dorothy, right?
Yes.
Aunt Dot.
The famous Dorothy.
And I gave them a phone number that I had, and that was disconnected.
Oh no.
And then I started asking around, trying to find her, because they wanted to make sure she was included in the show, because her work was absolutely incredible. And we had great difficulty finding her. And all of a sudden, the light bulb went off over my head. And what I did is I called the casino in Acoma, and I asked them to page her in the casino. And son of a gun, she was there with her mother playing bingo.
Oh wow, you found her,
And so I found her. And so she went from the casino in Acoma Pueblo to the National Museum of Women in the Arts in Washington, D.C., which was really fun.
Wow.
And that show in Washington had the most fabulous opening in the universe.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Oh, it was really wonderful. First of all, the building in which it's housed is absolutely gorgeous, with all of its kind of orangey and white marble that's on the floors, on the stairs, on the banisters, on the walls. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous. It looks like a giant melted creamsicle. That sort of coloration. The building is wonderful, and they also had a tremendous amount of space, so they could very easily display the pieces. You have another question?
We do, and the question is from Serena. And Serena would like to know how you achieve the white color.
The white paint?
Yeah.
It's mostly like one from back of Acoma too. We dig that one up too. It's the same as like the rock.
It's a rock that you grind up and then paint on the surface, but when you paint it on the surface, it's white.
Yeah.
Excuse me, it's gray.
Yeah.
And it's when you fire it that it turns
Yeah,
white.
see when you put it on, it dries like almost clear. Because the gray from the pottery, the clay, it soaks up the white, I guess you would say, and it leaves the tops, I guess, whatever's in it, to give it that shine.
So the clay is gray colored, and this slip, which is a ground mineral that is mixed with water, is painted onto the surface. It's almost transparent. And then when the pot fires, it is that slip that fires out white.
Yeah, it won't change color or nothing. It just stays white. Because the clay itself, when it fire, it'll turn white. The clay,
And you know they used to use this white to to whiten the houses inside the Acoma. Is what we used to with the white for too.
Oh, so it's probably like calcium carbonate.
Exactly.
Because that's what whitewash is.
Like sheetrock.
It's like sheetrock, exactly. Only it's a fine powder, and when it's heated to a certain temperature, it turns white.
And it helps the paint, I think, to like stick on there to
So it's a binder between the clay body and the black paint that you put, the spinach juice, effectively, that you're putting on your pot.
Yeah.
I hope that answers the question.
It has many purposes besides, for pottery also,
Well, so they used it like whitewash on the walls inside the house.
Yeah, in the church.
And in the church too. And, part of that reasoning is because the windows weren't very big. And if you had white paint on the inside of the church and the inside of the houses would be a little brighter inside.
Yeah, just to give it the natural light,
Yeah,
Since
and
we
it
didn't
will,
have,
it will reflect that natural light.
Exactly, the sun. Because, we don't have, regular electric up there.
No skylights either. Because, it's multi-storied in some places, and you wouldn't want any skylights in some of the rooms.
Yeah, so you gotta make, kind of find ways to use the sun to get light, to take advantage of it, more or less. Because once the sun goes down, you run out of light, and you just have lanterns or candles, from there till the next morning. So, yeah.
Well, that show in Washington D.C. was sponsored by Mobil Oil.
Oh.
You remember on the educational TV stations, you will hear at the end of the program, this program was brought to you by a grant from Mobil Oil.
Oh yeah.
Well, Lou Noto, a really very nice man, and a very perceptive man who was the CEO of Mobil. He was one that Mobil Oil underwrote the show for the National Museum of Women in the Arts, and he's the one that had the opening in Washington, D.C., where he made sure that all the potters that were included were able to attend. And one of the fun things he did for them, all these gals from nowhere, New Mexico, got to go to Washington Redskins. Hopefully they changed the name of that. They got to go to a real-life baseball game, which is, something you don't see on the reservation in New Mexico, that's for sure. And tours of our national capital, and a fabulous dinner that was just as gorgeous as possible, and a really wonderful experience. And luckily, I got to sit next to Aunt Dorothy, Aunt Dot.
Oh, she was there with you?
Yeah, I got to go too. And the main reason that I got to go was because Aunt Dorothy didn't have any pots to send to them to exhibit. They wanted something really big, and the catalog was under a short deadline time, and so they borrowed pots from this gallery. And what and as a donor, I couldn't believe it. They invited me to come along, so I got to sit with all the New Mexico girls, all the potters, which was really a fabulous experience. And then that show traveled to the Heard Museum in Phoenix, and it was, or maybe I have it mixed up with another show, but it was an incredible exhibit of American Indian pottery. And to be part of the National Women in the Arts was wonderful recognition for all the potters. And so Aunt Dorothy, Aunt Dot, was there at that exhibit, and she was your teacher, Sandra, and then the person that she taught you, Cletus. So it's a wonderful
I remember a lot that
heritage.
she would tell us too, when we would sit at the table around south. And she had a lot of friends that would just come to see her from far away, just to see her.
Yeah.
And she'd be sold out like within, 2 hours, 3 hours from being there. It just goes so fast, man. It's amazing. Her artwork.
One thing I liked about her, she's very tall.
Yeah,
I know.
she's very
tall.
Yeah.
She was very nice.
Yeah. She was very tasty.
Yeah, we miss her. But her legacy continues on.
Yeah.
Here it is personified in you guys.
Yeah.
So do you have a hard time with those lines right at the very edges?
On these right
Yeah, what you're doing right now.
Not really. Sometimes I have to go over them because when you hold it on your apron or your rack, you have to kind of rub off, so you have to kind of keep going over and over on the lines, so where they won't, get too faded.
It's not because you missed the mark.
No, it's just because you're holding it on the cloth.
And magically, you make those lines just meet up. You do one direction and you do the other direction, and they somehow seem to match.
Yeah, it makes like its own design and shape of the pottery, from big to small.
So do you have any fun stories about Aunt Dot?
Oh
my God!
Here come the secrets.
That's another segment.
That's gotta be an expo. Going into that. Well, for sure, every Indian market she was late.
Yeah,
How late?
she liked to be fashionably like.
She'll be there at the casino, and I know wait till it closes. She'll wait till the session is over, then she'll come out. Or then she'll send one of her kids to come bring her pieces.
And was she late because she was still firing?
Yeah, she'll be working.
Or was she late because she was just always late?
Yeah, she was just always late. Or she'll be having some piece fired, and then she'll have to wait for it to get fired and bring it. Or she was very late all the time. And she kind of knew I was going to be there, so she goes, "Oh, San, I know you could do it."
There we go.
You set it up and tell the people where I'm at.
Yeah, I'll come rolling
Yeah,
in 3
she'll come
hours
rolling
later.
in.
Yeah.
And she'll just stay like 10 minutes, and then she's already gone.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I know.
So fast.
Yeah, she'd sell out.
Or people already know that she's going to be there, or they have one of her piece, so they'll come back and they say, "Well, where's Dorothy?"
We'll wait for her.
We'll wait for her, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's not, the time is flying by, and it won't be long before we will be ending this. And I just want to tell people at home that if you are interested in any of her pieces, now would be a a really good time. We have people here in the back that will gladly take your phone calls or your emails if there's anything that you wish to purchase from Sandra or Cletus. The prices that you see that are listed in front of the pedestals where it says Sandra and then a certain number to a certain number, that's a range of what the pieces cost on, what all of her pieces cost. Every single thing fits in between those two numbers. And of course, the bigger ones are more expensive than the smaller ones. If you go to our website, click on Artists, then on V for Victorino, and then look for Sandra and Cletus Victorino. They are listed separately. The pieces are photographed with all kinds of information. They start at the most expensive and go down to the least expensive, and they are for sale. And you know, everything that we're doing here is to benefit them. So, because you know, so much of their income comes from Indian market, and Indian market, because of the pandemic, has been canceled this year. Very sad.
And we just have a comment. It's a thank you from Sue Davidson, Andrea Fisher. Thank you so very much for sponsoring all of these artists and their demonstrations. It has truly touched my soul. I am very grateful.
Oh, what a nice thing to say. Thank you. That was very dear. But, you know, we do this for lots of reasons. We do it for them, but we also do it for us. Because first of all, I've been in this business for, oh God, since the dinosaurs were but museum-wise, well, first of all, as art major, art teacher, then museum buyer, and then in my own gallery for all my life.
Really?
And by doing these demonstrations / conversations, not only is it, you know, I hope good for the artists and that they're able to sell a lot of their pieces, but that it's also good for me because I can't believe it, how much I've learned.
Oh, yes.
And what I've learned is some of the nuances about how people, even from the same pueblo, do their pieces of pottery, and how sort of family secrets have traveled down through the generations, and how even people from the same pueblo do things slightly differently. And before I could just rattle off and say, well, yeah, they dig the clay, they clean the clay, they coil the clay, they sand the clay, they polish the clay, they paint the clay, they fire the clay. Then sold.
I wish it was that easy.
I wish it was that easy.
I was going to just say you did.
And now I'm learning about, you know, all the various tools that they've adapted over the years, and how differently they age the clay, how differently the materials are that they process to use the clay and the paints, and how firing is, and all their accidents and all the fun and all the people that they've learned from, and how, all the religious experiences that go with it. Those are things that I didn't know before. So this is not just an altruistic project. This is, you know, one in which I am gaining a lot of knowledge as well. Also, the person who's sort of been directing us, the one who is dividing the screens and adjusting the cameras and doing the technical work, is my son Derek. And Derek is my partner now. And just like Sandra is continuing her legacy with her son Cletus, I am continuing my legacy with Derek. And so Andrea Fisher Fine Pottery is going to be around for a long time. Yay! we had, we've been closed since the middle of April. We have a sign on the door that says we're closed to the public, but we're open by appointment. So give us a call and make an appointment. And we're doing all of this, all these demos and conversations and sales. And we have a big TV screen outside, so people don't have to come in here because people are a noisy bunch. And everyone at home would not be able to hear what was going on if we let people in the door. So we have that big TV screen outside so they can see what's going on. But the other day someone knocked on the door and said, "Are you going out of business?" And it was, no. This business, even though we're closed, even though we're paying our employees, even though we're still buying from the Potters, even though we're taking in Simons, even though let's say the financial situation is not as good as it's been in the past, we are not going out of business. In fact, by doing some of the things that we're doing now in a different way, we're thriving because we get to sort of to invest our time with relationships with the Potters that we buy from, and that is more valuable than anything that anyone could buy along the way. Yeah. So thank you for inquiring about that, and I really am grateful.
We're also hoping that the pieces that you're working on will come back through us when the time is right.
I also like to say thank you to you two. If it was for you guys, we wouldn't be here. And the other artists as well. I'm pretty sure they feel the same way. What you guys do for us, it's not just us doing what we do to try to sell the pottery. You guys are a big involvement in our business. Without you guys, the rest of the world won't get to see, the pieces that we do.
Well, this sort of idea really hasn't been done anywhere. The depth of it. Usually demonstrations are more like little lectures, and you never get all those details. But, in our case meaning yours and mine and Derek's, it's just like that old saying, one hand washes the other.
Yeah, exactly.
And we depend upon you, and you depend upon us.
Yeah, it's
a great combination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's like the chain of life, I guess. You always have to have somebody else, to be there to help you. You can't do it all alone.
Oh, well, and with artists too. I mean, they create wonderful things, but sometimes I've seen a few of them who can barely function in the rest of the world. But they make gorgeous stuff. And could they find their way home? Maybe not.
Yeah, that's, people like you guys, that help us get our artwork out there, we're very appreciative of that.
Oh, that's
thank you very much,
Thank you very much for this opportunity, It's not every day you get to be this, show people.
Like, the thing that's really interesting is that we've been doing this for almost 5 hours today, and the time just flies by. Of course, after it's all over, you just want to curl up and go to sleep. just like the dogs. We have 2 Gallery dogs, and one of them is out cold, sound asleep, and the other one is asserting her territory, telling some dog that's outside the door or out on the street that this is her gallery, and that they should stay away. Anyway. Also, maybe Honey is the dog. Maybe she's looking for a handout. Maybe there are people outside the door that are, have ice cream cones. And boy, that would be great motivation for her.
She likes ice cream?
Well, he'll eat anything.
Really?
Yeah, he'll eat. If you hand him something, he doesn't care what it is. For the both of them, their favorite food besides dog food are carrots.
Carrots, yeah, they like carrots. I don't know.
Carrots. They love carrots, and they drool when the carrots are brought out. And I have one employee, Amy, who buys special organic carrots that she cuts up every day that she works and brings them in a little jar to make sure that they have carrots. And I'm gonna have dogs that will never have to wear glasses.
No kidding, huh?
Because they eat so many carrots, they must have incredible eyesight.
So we have another comment, and the comment is many thanks for another wonderful day. I've been working on my own pottery as I've watched what an inspiration Sandra and Cletus are, and this is from Anne.
Thank you.
Oh, and are you a native potter?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Well, what kind of pottery do you? Have you been throwing on the wheel or glazing or are you a hand-built potter? But yeah, I hope, Anne, that you can find a little inspiration by watching Sandra and Cletus go through the entire process, because it is a really interesting, time-consuming, beautiful one. Well, I'm going to just say a few words about what's coming up. I would like to be able to show you some pieces from all the people we will be featuring here. Tomorrow is a really special day, Friday. Tomorrow we have a featured artist for this series. His name is Richard Zane Smith. Richard is from the Wyandotte tribe in northeastern Oklahoma. And because of the fact that Richard is out of state and we have rules about what the governor made about being for 2 weeks being sequestered and not going out into New Mexico, it makes it very, very difficult for him to come here. However, his wonderful wife Carol delivered a lot of pieces of pottery for us, and we will have his pots for sale. But what we're going to do is we are going to do a combination, God willing and the creek don't rise, we're going to do a combination of Zoom and YouTube tomorrow, because he's in Oklahoma and his pieces are here. And again, I apologize if we really screw up tomorrow, but we're going to try our very best. But this piece of pottery that Richard did is all coiled, rolled out worms of clay that they're the size of angel hair pasta, spaghetti, so thin you wouldn't believe it. And every single one of these colorations that you see is an exposed coil, which he sometimes just does straight across, or sometimes he does it in a pattern. And in this case, this one is patterned, and then he stains those pieces. But sweet, sweet little, lovely, lovely little pot. But he doesn't do very many small ones. We were the ones who talked him into it. In the past, he has done something called a pottery garden, where he makes a big, enormous bowl and he fills it with sand, and then he plants in that sand these small pieces of pottery. We would like to watch the pots grow planted in this garden, but they seem to stay the same size the whole time. But an arrangement of small pieces within a large one. This is something else that he does. I have another piece here. I hope you can't see my can of Diet Coke. But here is another one of Richard's pieces. This wonderful piece with all these sort of cut out petals. And if you look inside, you can see light through it. And you can see the incredible rim that he has on this piece. And all the lines that you see are all the exposed coils, the skinny, skinny little coils. My guess that there are several hundred of those coils on this piece of pottery. We're starting at 11 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll go on till only about 3 tomorrow. And it's going to be an interesting combination, we hope, of Zooming and YouTube, considering we have the pieces here and he is out of state. He also does something else that is really quite beautiful, and we have a couple of those pieces. He goes down to the river that's close by where he lives in Oklahoma, and when the water washes through the river, it exposes the tree roots. Well, he takes those tree roots and he polishes them and he stains them and he uses them for handles on his pots. And I've seen one where the tree roots have grown around rocks, and the rocks are a permanent part of the handles that he uses, and they really add a lovely decorative element to the interesting pots that they are attached to. Anyway, that is going to happen tomorrow, and we'll be doing that from about 11 until 3 o'clock, the best we can. On Saturday, we have someone that is completely different. Because, you know, pottery making over the centuries has been utilitarian, and there are very, very few people that actually make utilitarian pots. Ones that you, if you buy them, can use. And you can use them in your oven, you can use them directly on the stove. And the gentleman's name is Clarence Cruz. Clarence is from Wingate, which is the former San Juan Pueblo. Many of the pueblos are going back to their original names and no longer keeping the names that the Spaniards gave them centuries ago. But Clarence Cruz makes very simple, nice shaped, micaceous pots that you can bake in, that you can cook in. And while all the other pots are decorative that you never, ever put water in, these pots are the exception. And he fires them in a special way so the clay is very vitreous and high fired, and you can hear that. You hear the way the clay chimes, almost like a church bell. That really high firing makes it possible for you to put this pot right on your gas stove and turn the heat on and cook a pot of beans in it. But we will see him on Saturday. Now we're doing these demos, conversations / sales the entire month of August. We do them on Tuesday through Saturdays. And if you want to see our complete schedule, it's all posted on our website. The hours are a little flexible. Sometimes we just run out of steam after a while, to be perfectly honest. And sometimes the hours just fly by. But it's our goal to make sure that we give you an in-depth look at the tedious, time-consuming process of making one of these pots, so that when it comes time to purchase one, that you understand what went into making this pot. Not only a hideous amount of talent, but the whole process that is so much attached to the Native American religion that you're almost, looking at the Holy Grail, because the religion and the piece of pottery are so combined. And it's been really fun. Do we have anything else that we want to talk about?
What's Sandra up
Yeah,
to?
let's see. Well, Sandra, what are you up to, darling? What's that? Is that another part of your Tupperware collection at the bottom? Uh-huh.
I'm doing the bottom part of making the bowl of the stand to make the pottery stand easily.
So that original Tupperware bowl that you started the bottom in is now disappearing. The shadow of it is disappearing because you are evening things up with just water.
Yeah.
Do you scrape it at all?
Mm-hmm.
Will you scrape it more?
Yeah, it's not scraped yet. I still have to do that while it kind of dries to where it'll stand.
Uh-huh.
So I work with it, keep working with it.
Have you ever scraped a hole in it? Is that a yes?
Maybe yeah, once in a while, but you know.
Sounds like a yes to me. So, the pieces are signed. When do you put your signature on it?
When it's done,
Before or after it's fired? Before it's fired?
before
So
it's fired.
you use that same paint?
Yeah, you just use the same paint.
And so if there's a Sandra Victorino pot out there that's signed with a pencil, is it yours or is it somebody else's?
Somebody else's.
Or do you ever forget?
Yeah, if you're busy. When you're busy, you forget to sign. And then you have to go back and sign it and refire it again.
So they're always fired, the signature's always fired into the pot. So if Sandra Victorino's written in pencil, we know that there's too big of a fan. Do we have another question or
We have a
comment?
couple comments to begin from Anne Functional Wheel Throne, who's starting to do hand building and ground firing, which is really great, and that she is usually here for the International Folk Art Market with the African pots.
Oh, yeah. She comes with, I guess she comes with Nestanalis family that make the beer pots from South Africa.
So, and then the next one is how long, from Lori, how long does it take to paint these amazing pieces? Well, Cletus, how long have you been painting that one?
Yeah, almost a month.
Off and on for a month.
During the day.
Uh-huh.
Then, you got find some days you can't be there to paint, the whole day. So it's time consuming when you have enough time and you have kids. So to adjust that with your,
You fit it into your daily life because it's your job.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you work
You have to make your own hours more or less.
Yeah. Do you work any other place?
No.
No.
This
is it.
Yes.
So your job is not 9 to 5,
Yeah.
but it's when it can be.
Yes.
And that piece you've been working on for a month.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
Almost there. Have you been?
Almost there.
Have you done other pieces in the meantime?
Well, I try not to, get ahead of myself because
Uh-huh.
if you don't have one piece, you don't have to go back to the other. But yeah, sometimes I'll have two, maybe at the most.
So Sandra, you were working on a pot that you were painting, a smaller one, smaller than the one Cletus has, and you started, right after lunch. And you're not quite finished with it, are you?
No, I'm not.
Are you halfway finished with it?
Yeah, probably halfway. I would say,
Halfway.
but I still have to that other piece that we're.
And so you.
Well, some potteries, the design, it takes a little longer to, develop than other designs. And some, it'll go fast, the design. And some, you have to go back another, go back to one way and come back to the other, just to make the design, pop out more.
And so, of course, the smaller piece would take less time than the larger one, but I guess we could say consistently a long time.
Yeah. So, yeah, more
A
or less.
long time, hours and hours and hours and hours to paint pieces of pottery. And you know, when you look at the work you have to do collecting the clay, because you don't go to the craft store and buy a 25-pound bag, and digging the clay, and cleaning the clay, and sifting the clay, and pounding the clay, and mixing the clay, and getting the temper, and getting all of the tools that you need, and scraping the clay, and sanding the clay, and polishing the clay, and painting the clay, and on and on and on like that. It is so incredibly labor intensive.
You know, and it just can't happen, you know, right after another, you know, you gotta wait for a little for the clay, especially the raw part.
So you have a bunch of pieces in progress.
Yes, exactly.
In progress. And some are drying while you're painting others. And you go back and forth between them.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
about how many pieces do you have in progress at any given time?
I usually like to have about like 7 or 8 of them, you know, that
I only have 3 that I can probably try to, you know, keep up with.
Yeah.
And how many do you think you make a year, roughly?
Oh.
Well, we know we've got 50 pieces on the display, and that represents 7 months' work for the 2 of you. So, you know, maybe 75 to 100 a year between the 2 of you.
That, you know,
So,
we always, sorry, but we always speak about that too, you know, when we're sitting there, we're like, wonder where that pottery is. I wonder how that pottery, you know, they're all over the world, and that's the last time you see it, you know. Some people that buy the potteries, you know, they'll send pictures, like on their shelf where they have it, and it's pretty cool to see that they really cherish it and they put it, you know, somewhere where it means a lot to them.
well, I know a place where you can see a lot of your pieces of pictures of your pieces of pottery, because we've been in business here for 27 years, and almost every piece of pottery that has come through here, we've taken a picture of. And we have slowly but surely been giving those pictures to the Museum of Indian Arts and Culture, and they are housed at the Laboratory of Anthropology here in Santa Fe. And now I would say there's in the neighborhood of 25 to 30,000 pictures up there. And probably of yours, Sandra, there are hundreds of pictures of your work over the 20-some years that I've known you. And I know that the librarian up there is really quite wonderful, and you know, and if she's available, I'm sure she might be interested in showing you some of your own work. Yeah, but
it's amazing where you see your pieces end up, you know. Down the road, you're like, wow, it's there, you know, just from one place, and it went so far within years, you know, just being bought from somebody and it takes it.
Sandra, what were you doing tapping your pot?
I'm checking, make sure it's like
it's symmetrical. Yeah, it's symmetrical. So you just tap a little place. Now I noticed you put a little dent in the bottom.
So I have to wait for the bottom to dry. Then once the bottom is kind of dry to where it stands on its own real firm, then I will scrape next. The scraping will take place then. And that's what takes some of this weight off of the pottery, so we make it real flat and
so it isn't collapsing under its own weight, or compacting, I should say, under its own weight.
Yeah, and then just to make sure.
Yeah, well, with that dented bottom, most Acoma pots have a dented bottom, and it's traditional to do that because remember when we talked about the water jars? And you're climbing up the cliffs with a pot that has water in it, that dented bottom kind of fits on your head. Because I don't know of anybody who has a flat head, but that dented bottom just makes it a little bit easier to balance that pot on your head while you're retrieving the water from the water source, which is at the bottom of the cliffs, which is where the traditional village is. Well, we're getting to the point where it's time to wind down. It's just a few minutes before 4 o'clock. Again, thank you. Thank you, thank you,
Yeah,
thank
you
you.
too.
Hugs, 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 hugs.
Love you.
Yeah.
Be safe and
Oh, everybody out there, be safe and be well, and let's get this darn thing over with and get on with it. Anyway, thank you again so much
You're welcome.
for coming. Derek, are you ready to sign